got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Fuller. Yeah. Needed F-150 for Smith build.
Got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide, even those classified sites. Auto Tempest, all the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
It's the newest soundtrack for the season. A tune striking the chords of a late regular season charge to the championship makes its way to the heart of the Music City. We're live from the virtual Nashville Superspeedway in virtual Lebanon, Tennessee. We welcome you to the next level of the Season 7 Sunoco Cup Series with our continuing coverage right here on VSPEED. Very happy to have you with us, where alongside producer / colleague in the booth, Bradley Cooper, I'm Kenneth Bueno. We'll be bringing you coverage all night long from virtual Nashville. Well, Bradley, just 2 weeks ago, we went road course racing for the first time. Kind of a culture shock for many of the drivers in the field. We had to get our bearings on turning left and right for a week, but we're finally back to oval racing. Not that it gets any easier, though, tonight with this concrete track in Nashville.
It definitely does not get any easier here at Nashville. This track notorious for chewing up tires, and as you've seen in previous races here on VSPEED, this track is not kind to those guys that like to overdrive their stuff and come out here running qualifying laps right out of the gate. So you're gonna have to take your time. It's a treacherous track, and it's very similar to Dover, which we've seen. We've seen many Bristol races, and so yeah, it's going to sum it down to that. Who can save their tires the longest?
It's going to be a tough one. We'll look at Nashville Superspeedway first before we dive into some of the details we've got for tonight's broadcast. This track opened back in 2001, but then had sort of a revival as of late, closed in 2011, reopened in 2021, and has ever since been hosting NASCAR Cup Series races since then. This track clocks in at 1.33 miles, 2.14 kilometers, 14 degrees of banking in the turns, 9 degrees on that front straightaway to the start-finish line. And this track is one of the several concrete ovals that we have on the circuit alongside Dover that we'll see later in 2024, and Bristol that we saw not that long ago with that stellar run to the finish with Joe Sanchez coming away first. Nashville has been on the schedule for a while. We'll get into those as we move forward into the broadcast, but we're going to start with breaking news that we just got from league owners Dakota Curtis and Dustin Reeves on behalf of the Sunoco Cup Series, and we'll bring up the statement for you on the screen. They gave us this announcement just moments before we went live tonight on VSPEED, and he says, quote, "As we enter the second half of the regular season, we look back on the 5 years and 7 seasons that we have ran. When COVID happened in 2020, we needed something to do while being trapped inside during that time. We started a small league and we had a vision that we wanted to make a serious competitive league. We wanted to race with friends and have some fun doing it. The league exploded into something we've never thought possible. This league has completed 38,000 laps. We've had 5 different champions among our 6 seasons with over 200 races we have completed, over 300,000 views on broadcast with over 600 hours of racing, with our most viewed race being the Season 5 Daytona regular season finale with over 4,000 in views. All of this from a league that started from nothing has been our greatest accomplishment in iRacing, and we have had the pleasure, I'm going to get this, we've had the greatest partnerships over the years and worked with great individuals. This league has become home to us, so it's even harder to say this. This will be the last season of the Sunoco Cup Series. We are not saying goodbye forever, just for now. We will have an announcement coming up with what we plan on doing. We want to give thanks to many of our partners over the years, Tech Hub TV, Auto Tempest, SK Sim Racing, Max Pappas Innovations, and Sunoco Race Fuels for an amazing 5 years. Also want to thank our broadcasting partners over the years, Podium Esports for 5/7 seasons with us, Pit Stop TV for the great season in Season 5, and for VSPEED with this amazing last season. Many great moments have happened, and we are so glad we got to share them with everyone. Let's go out on top. So that's the latest news from league owners Dakota Curtis and Dustin Reeves. Obviously, Bradley, some sad news coming from the ownership. This series has been running for several years now. The impact insurmountable, and all of a sudden it will be coming to an end after we wave the checkered flag at Homestead, Miami in November.
Yeah, you got me there, Kenneth. It's not very often that I'm at a loss for words. I get paid to talk, so it is a bummer, but at the same time, I'm very skeptical that it ends here. There's still plenty of people in here that are very optimistic and very much into sim racing. So, you know, maybe it's not necessarily the same exact venue, the same exact format, but I think the racing carries on, and it's going to live on through the people that are involved. So I'm not too discouraged by that news, but I also know that we're at the end of an era, and it's been a great one at that. So I'm excited for what comes, but I'm also, you know, you got to reminisce on the good stuff.
Could not have said it better. It is definitely the end of an era, and we can only hope that this is a we'll meet again type of situation, not a so long for good. But we know that this series will live alive and have its spirit move on in the next several years on iRacing, especially with the great community that we have built here at the Sunoco Cup Series. We've got a race to run tonight. Let's get into our point standings. This is after the road course race at Sonoma. Bradley, and with that, Lawson Peel becomes the only 2-time winner of the season. Everyone else has only won one. We've had multiple different winners, but Lawson broke that streak, finally getting a dominant victory at the end of that Sonoma race, and he moves up to 5th in the standings. But so far, it's all about who can beat Austin Reading. With all the points he's gained, 60, he has the advantage over Joe Sanchez going into tonight.
And a phenomenal race there last week, and if you want to get technical, we do have two-time winners, but of course Miranda's win not counting towards the points. So I mean, these guys have proven that they can do it, and it's starting to get to the repeat phase of what Peel and Miranda have put on in prior seasons. So I'm excited to see how this comes to fruition as we wind it down towards the chase.
Most of it's become who can stop Fast Banana Racing, but also a lot of it has also come down to who can stop Lawson Peel and Mario Miranda. Cars are on track. Let's give you the starting grid of tonight's race from Nashville Superspeedway, where on the pole it is Steven Stempien, still looking to grab his second win of the 2024 season. He's joined alongside by the defending Nashville winner and 2-time checkered flag holder at this speedway, Mario Miranda, in row number 1. Stephen Harlow, the rookie, puts up a solid qualifying effort in 3rd alongside Austin Reedy in 4th place. Chris Shoemaker rounds out the top 5. Curtis Kelly, Zach Wilson moving all the way back to 6th and 7th on the racetrack. as we start. Joe Sanchez is going to be in 8th at the exit of row number 4. Alex Huffman, Jonathan Cofield then to round out the top 10. Rest of the field will scroll underneath your screen, but for now, Steven Stepien and Mario Miranda bring us out of turn 4. We're racing and plucking the strings from the Music City. Still, Steven Stepien holding on to the lead with the charge on the inside, lasting for just several moments before we've got our first new lead change of the night. Crossover on the inside from Stepien, but Mario Miranda wants to hold on back to turn 3.
Kind of a quick crossover into turn 1. Miranda was already having the momentum at the start of this race. He's trying to snag away this lead. That's the product of a racetrack that burns away those tires. You have to get these positions early. You can see it all the way through the field, even just, 7-8 positions back. Huffman and it looks like Austin Reedy trading positions for 6th and 7th. And you'll see it even deeper in this field. These guys side by side. There's Eddie Smith side by side with Richard Swavely for 14th. These guys are going to try to pick him away as fast as they can.
And it is going to matter here in Nashville where the predominant lines are on the inside lane, so you really don't make up a lot of ground running the middle or the top. Track position is going to matter, and that dirty air also makes a big difference as well. Eddie Smith, as we were watching, going underneath that 16 car of Garrett Brown. Look on board for Mario Miranda, made quick work of Stepien at the drop of the green flag. He's clear for the race lead. Stephen Harlow has joined them from 3rd place. Curtis Kelly, Joe Sanchez, and the rest of the gang have sort of caught up to what was a slight breakaway from the top 4. But Bradley, if we're talking about gaining track position early, that's mission accomplished for Mario Miranda, who's a seasoned driver at this Nashville Superspeedway and wanting to turn to the new page, basically with the same momentum he had from the last race we had here.
And we had some race trends to cover. Got a little bit of a late start. We had some news to talk about, but talking about the past and the history here at Sunoco, this guy has been dominant. Out of 50% of the time that we come here, this guy has been on point, and you got to take it away here that he's already got the lead. It could be a runaway for the 99.
The driver that's led so many laps from this Nashville Superspeedway. Another onboard look as Stepien looks to make the charge here at the rise up out of turn 2. Looks like he's got it. Will he push to the inside? Answer is going to be no. Looks like he'll push Miranda for the moment. Everyone else stays single file, but top 4 have now broken away. And watch this underneath for 3rd. Curtis Kelly diving in, making the lunge, unsuccessful on his attempt. Behind them, Zach Wilson, Joe Sanchez going at it side by side. These are two drivers that have been sort of back and forth throughout the season in their own right. For Sanchez at Sonoma, he finished in 3rd, working off of a 2-race top 10 streak, which unfortunately got broken up and would have had a longer top 10 streak had it not been for what happened at Kansas, where he rolled off in 36th. Or ended up in 36 from the end of that race after starting on pole. But he looks behind. Zach Wilson getting underneath. Bit of a loose moment out of turn 4.
They were very close coming out of turn 4. I think Sanchez had to catch the wheel there to not get into the 51, but they were able to hold it together. Starting to single file out here in the top 10, as you can see, all the way back to about the 13th, 14th position. It's pretty quiet. Garrett Brown at the tail end of this long group of cars and is starting to pull away from Eddie Smith. And for the 87, he had some traffic to work through. We saw him peeking to the inside of Garrett Brown, but now starting to fall off a little bit, and that's about the mark that these tires start to feel.
And talk about tires, talk about temperature, which almost goes hand in hand, Bradley. When we look at the track temperature, it's not as hot as it could be. And drivers were mentioning that in the Discord chat several hours before the race began. They were sort of citing the super hot track temperatures we would have because on concrete surfaces, they hold a lot of heat and they don't really dissipate it as nicely as they would with, let's say, an asphalt surface. So right now we've got a track temperature of 97 degrees, but over the afternoon in Sim, Bradley, that should escalate. how difficult does that become for the drivers, especially with a concrete surface and a track that usually does like to wear out the tires over the run?
Well, it's an entirely different ballgame because this track can actually cool down easier if the cloud cover comes over, but it will retain the heat. And over time, as they rubber this place up, it can get more of that very hot asphalt surface. So they have to be careful not to overdrive the corners and burn their tires off, because that'll just exacerbate the whole situation. They're going to have to take their time, and this bottom groove is definitely going to be the fastest way around this racetrack. There's not a lot of multi-groove racing on this concrete surface, so guys are going to have to plan accordingly. And I think on pit road, kind of similar to Dover or Bristol, that's where you're going to pass cars the most if we stay green.
And at the moment, everyone seems to be right with each other. No real separation between those in the top 10. It seems to fluctuate quite a bit. There's Curtis Kelly working down low on Stephen Harlow, and Kelly comes off of a top 5 finish at the Sonoma Raceway, our first road course race of the season not that long ago, and that was actually his first top 5 of the season. He's run 15th or worse in every single race at the end of the event. So Curtis Kelly wanting to turn things around here for Fast Banana Racing. Gets loose out of turn 4 and hangs on to it, but up the road. Battle for the lead ignited once again at the cross of the line, lap 13. Stempien going down low for attempt number 2.
Well, he had it there coming out of 4. I'm surprised he didn't move up in front of the 99. Now he's pinned down on the bottom, doesn't have the run out. I don't know if the 99 got loose to give him that momentum, that swing, but he's on the preferred line right here. If he can complete this pass out of turn 4, he will not. He'll move up the racetrack. Miranda's going to hold on for another lap. Briefly there in the lead for the 88.
Stempien had a look at it, unfortunately unfruitful in that attempt, and Stephen Harlow right behind him. So it's not a sense that Stempien can make a mistake and fall back hoping that he'll be fine. Stephen Harlow and now Joe Sanchez, what used to be occupied in the place by Curtis Kelly, who's fallen back all the way to 10th place here, just on the outskirts of this latter half group with Chris Shoemaker and Jonathan Cofield. You know, if you make a mistake, somebody will be occupying the rear view mirror, so you really got to be careful in that sense. You don't want to make that mistake and drop too much time, because then everyone will start to hound, and once you get stuck in that middle lane, Bradley, it almost becomes like a death sentence. Watch this. Oh my goodness. Hip checking for position right there in the top 10. Chris Shoemaker getting every bit of the 71. Curtis Kelly is not having it nice early on.
When he made that little mistake, we saw him up there in the top 5. We were just talking about how good he did at Sonoma, and then that slight little miscalculation into the corner set him up to the outside. He got a little bit loose, and to pull it down out of 4, he lost 5 spots right out the gate. So that's how quick you can lose him, and it's much easier to lose him here than it is to get him back. He's going to have to square back up, drive the racetrack, and not worry about the guys around him.
Especially now, 16 laps in, where each lap is only going to wear out the tires further, and that will, in essence, be a negativity to your attempt at making passes on the racetrack and working your way through the field. It almost becomes imperative when you run here at a super hot racetrack, but we're seeing that right now, different drivers with different approaches as we work forward through tonight's race. Here is Chuck Stevens. Actually, this is Chuck Feltz in the 75, not Chuck Stevens, who's in the 84 back in 27. Chuck Feltz running 31st at the moment. He started this race back in 29, so a bit of a drop-off from the beginning of this race with the 19 car. Brad Fulham looking underneath. He's gained 4 since the drop of the green flag, so he looks underneath. And several other drivers working back there as well. James Kunkel, Austin Shoemaker, and obviously they have Alex Muscarella behind them, who's become the only car 1 lap down, so some problems there early on for the driver of the 48. But 18 laps in, you're reaching probably, Bradley, the cliff on the tires. You're starting to see more of that separation to where you're sort of aligning in your own group rather than trying to break into new ones. What becomes the utmost importance behind the wheel, and how do you settle into this fixed setup with the worn tires now?
Well, at this point, it's a matter of, did you overdrive your stuff? Do you feel obligated to go up there and snag away a position? Is it worth it? You have to evaluate where you're going to be 10 laps from now. As you see right there with Austin Reedy trying to pass for the 5th position, he ends up losing a spot. Is it worth your time to go up there and go to the inside? Or are you better off to just fall in line, run these laps away, and then come back out on fresh tires and try to pick away some spots later on. You know we have stage racing here. There's plenty of opportunity to mix this up on the strategy. And this race looking like it's going to go green right now. There's not a lot of passing going on. And for the ones that do pass, guys are being smart enough to let them go because they know this car is not going to be worth it to keep it on the bottom like that.
And if you're Austin Riddy, you're probably wondering that, hey, I've got a bit of elbow room going into this race because we looked at the point standings. He sits 60 points above the next car on locks. He gets way out of shape at the exit of turn 4. We'll let Curtis Kelly, his teammate, on by. Those are two of the Fast Banana Racing Toyota Camrys. But for Austin Riddy, he comes into this race with a little more insurance when we're talking about raw points and the standings lead. Because remember, 2 weeks ago, you and I, Bradley, were questioning why Lawson Peel was pitting early and letting Austin Riddy win all the stages. He had swept the first two, and then Lawson ended up taking the lead and winning the race outright. But all of those points that the 96 garnered over the course of that night gave him that huge buffer down to everyone else in the standings, and it was more so a question of why let him pull away with that. Austin Riddy, though, feeling good about his chances. He logs back in 9th, probably without any much pressure on his back, as they're further back in the lane as Lawson Peel was had a nice work through to the field. He's plus 11 since the drop of the green flag, working on Justin Erb. This is for entry to the top 20.
Well, I can say this confidently, that Lawson Peel and Mario Miranda just do better at the road courses. And so, you know, getting a taste of that, only being here for a season and seeing what those guys put together, they were the class of the field. And even with the 99 and the 12 having the little scuffle that they had, Miranda's still able to race back up there and get into the top 3. That right there proves the fact that, you know, those were the cars to beat. I still, like you said, don't understand the points part because they let Reedy and some of these other guys get up there. You had the 71 up there for a lot of the day. You had Sanchez up there for a lot of the day. Those guys getting stage points, which just, you know, takes away from that. The fact that these guys started from the back of the points. They had a rough start to the season. We're talking about the 99 and the 12. They need all they can get, and you shouldn't give it up to the guy that's leading the points. So, yeah, it didn't make sense at the time, but those guys were so confident that I think it was just kind of a flex. Like, we're going to win this thing anyway.
It probably just seemed like the mindset of Austin Riddy doesn't want to race this season. What does it matter that he's getting playoff points and some other points down the line in the stages? If the golden ticket is that checkered flag and Austin Riddy is not the man picking it up, then why not? Why just let him do whatever he wants to, and then we'll take control later on in the night or in the race. And for Mario, definitely wants a bit of redemption after what happened to him at Sonoma 2 weeks ago. While he was able to recover, it seemed as though he desperately wanted that win and had a fast enough car to do it. Looks back on the inside of Steven Stempien, and while we were panned away, Stempien had taken over the race lead. That 99 car was almost in jeopardy of falling outside of the top 3, but a punch back and a counterattack worthy of note. That 99 car back to the point.
Incredible racing up here in the top 3, and Stephen Harlow has been hanging with these two drivers the whole time. I think he could get up here and lead some laps. It's kind of a top 3 cream of the crop. I don't know what to say about this. This might be the closest battle that we've seen in the first stint of a race in a while. I really don't know who has the speed to win this race based off of what we're seeing right now.
And even then, the long run that's clocked in at 27 laps, we still see this competitive nature out by the drivers on the racetrack. We do have separation, of course. You see those top 3 further away from Zach Wilson, and even then, a bigger gap leading back to the 55 of Joe Sanchez. But we go into this first stage, lots of competition out on the racetrack, and while we didn't have enough time to show you, we'll log it for you now on our race analysis tonight from the virtual Nashville Superspeedway. Just like the NASCAR Cup Series is doing currently right now in Lebanon, Tennessee. We go 300 laps for a total of just under 400 miles, and our stages, of course, are locked in like this. 90 laps in stage 1. It ends, of course, at 90, then we go all the way to lap 185 with a 95 lap second stage. We go 115 laps in stage 3. That'll bring us all the way to the checkered flag at lap 300, and we've got 7 tire sets available, 3 green, white checkered attempts if we need them, and that's always necessary to bring up, especially on these ovals where we have seen really close finishes and a bunch of races come down into overtime. Watch this middle of the pack. Dakota Curtis in the middle of mayhem trying to get around. That's Casey Neiden down low. Justin Winters up the road. Brad Fulham and Chuck Stevens. How about Chuck Phelps as well? Make it 5 or 6 cars going back to turn 3. This is just in and outside of the top 30.
Yeah, I was peeking back here looking at the telemetry, and these guys have been right on top of each other from 20th on back since the green flag dropped. The 43 is slowly picking his way back up to the position he started this race in. But Curtis, 25th, now 28th. He's working his way back up there, but man, does he have company behind him.
And Brad Fulham continues his ascent through the field. Remember, we noted that he started 36th. Well, he's looking to break into the top 30, so a good opening jump here for the 19 car of Fulham, and his Ford Mustang works underneath that Casey Neiden machine in the 28, but no dice out of turn 4. They're going to remain door-to-door, and Justin Winters for Allen's Legacy Racing up the road will back up, and Curtis down low for dropping the hammer. Will try to make an attempt down low. They are still, of course, losing time to those in front, occupying the top 25. Justin Reeves and Ray Ronders have somewhat pulled away. They're going side by side. If you look up the road, those 2 little dots. Brad Fulham, the beautiful onboard look with the bottom right camera on your screen. Fulham continues his move up through the field. I like the way he's moving up, especially on the older set of tires. Keep an eye on that 19 as we move further on through this race. One driver, oh yeah, 3 wide up front. Dakota Curtis down low. Casey Neiden wanted to make an effort out of this, and Justin Winters having to hold up the wall on defense, and it seems to be cracking.
Yeah, I just caught a glance there into one. I thought they were going to overtake Curtis on both sides, but what a surge there out of turn 2 or out of turn 4 to keep that in check. You were mentioning just a moment ago, I'm going to guess what you were talking about, but it maybe has something to do with this 12 car.
I don't think so. I think you'd be wrong. I'd look up front because the 4th place car is Zach Wilson, and that's a driver we haven't talked as much about over the last several races, and that's because it's sort of been a downfall from his win that got him into the playoffs at Texas Motor Speedway in early April. Since then, he has not had a finish inside the top 15. That, of course, includes 2 weeks ago at Sonoma, where we saw him go head-on into the wall into turn 3A, and it was just a roller coaster for Zach Wilson over the last several races, and especially over the last 2 or so months. It seemed as though ever since he got that checkered flag, things haven't been looking as good for Wilson, but the driver with RTR Motorsports looking good right now in the top 5. And I'd say, Bradley, even if it's just for a stage long right now, and even if it's only 34 laps in, we may be preemptively speaking, but for Wilson, this is already a solid turnaround from what we've seen over the last several races.
Absolutely. He's keeping it up here. He's keeping his nose clean. A lot could still happen in this race, but, stage points. Now, I think maybe a side effect of knowing that you're locked into the chase. You talk about kind of a sophomore slump. Well, when you have this chase format and you're locked in, you're guaranteed a spot into that final stint of the season, sometimes you back off a little bit, and it's hard to get back into that killer instinct mindset of go win these races when you're already guaranteed a place in that final 16. So that might be part of why Wilson is a little off here, but here tonight, he's turned up the dial. And what did I say earlier? That 33 could get up here and lead some laps. He just passed the 88 of Stympian. I think he's on the attack now to go after Miranda.
He goes under. Stephen Harlow looking on top in the 33. The 88 go side by side into turn 1. And what a start this is for Harlow, in essence. A really good jump here for the 33 car, who's definitely had a topsy-turvy season at most. And with the last race at the Sonoma Raceway, for Stephen Harlow, I don't think we really saw him on the racetrack all too much because he wasn't racing. Ross Harlow was there, but Stephen was not. One of those drivers who just sat out the road course and say, I'll be back on the oval side of things. It seems like the off time has certainly helped Stephen down low on Stympian, and so the 33 car might make an effort on Mario Miranda as we work forward through this stage. And this top 4 have broken away, now even more so than the likes of Joe Sanchez, Jonathan Cofield, Alex Huffman, those who are still going at it further back in this field. What seems to be behind this outright pace from the front 4, that'll take them into our first pit stop of the night as long as we stay green.
Yeah, it's been a little bit different pace, but I also think that maybe these guys up front are showing their hand a little early if you could save the tires like we talked about in the pre-race, I don't see why Sanchez, Cofield, Reedy, any of these guys from 5th on back couldn't catch up to this front 4. They're not totally out of the water, you know, it's just, 1.5 seconds. Not a big deficit, and because of the fall off on these tires, it's dramatic. We've already seen almost a full second. We're 40 laps in. These cars are going to go another 50 laps, so there's no reason why they can't catch up.
And there's Jonathan Cofield looking underneath Joe Sanchez. That's going to be the bout for 5th place going into turns 1 and 2. But, for these guys, they're definitely going to be at a disadvantage as long as we get into green flag pit stops, because look at all that distance they have to cover. They may have to alternatively undercut or overcut by several laps, maybe over 2 or 3 laps in essence, just to be able to catch back up and give themselves a relatively good shot. And you were mentioning it too, Bradley, the absolute fall off here, and it definitely makes sense given that this is a relatively hot track surface, even with the overcast conditions, and because you have a track surface in concrete that usually retains a lot of that heat and doesn't dissipate it as efficiently as it were an asphalt surface. This car, the next gen, runs off of the right front tire. So when you run out of these corners that are only 14 degrees, you're pushing in the throttle pretty hard at the top of 4th gear, wanting to shift to 5th. And a lot of that, Bradley, loads on the right front tire. So if you make that mistake of leaning on it a little too early on in this race, you're going to find yourself here at lap 42 and beyond falling off like we've seen some do through the mid-pack.
You feel absolutely miserable when you overdrive the car here. And it's kind of a matter of, I felt fast for the first 15. What do I do for the next 50? I'm just playing defense. I'm trying to hold guys up. I'm playing the line to the outside. I'm trying to get the run out of 4 to drive across that tri-oval and maybe drive in deeper the next time. But that just makes it worse because you're trying to play defense. You're always changing your line. You have to race the track and not the car. That is the hardest thing. Disciplinary. Go to Darlington and think about that. That's what you have to do there because passing is almost impossible.
It seems like you have to make it a pretty big equation if you want to make an attempted pass, and it looked like the equation gave the right answer for drivers like Jonathan Cofield and Austin Reedy. They slid on by to occupy 5th and 6th, while Sanchez continues this slow degradation through the field. He's falling back with the likes of Curtis Kelly, might be at the mercy of the rookie Shane Wyatt, even a bit of Alex Huffman, who's at the tail end of this back in 10th with Eddie Smith and several others right behind as well. That's the Allen's Legacy Racing, number 10 of Alex Huffman. The winner at Talladega earlier on this season was the 2nd rookie in a row to win in the last 2 races at the Superspeedway in Alabama. But Alex Huffman has been back and forth throughout the season and looking for a solid one tonight. From Nashville, he's got Eddie Smith right behind him, so hopefully the 2 Mustangs will work together. And it's been a solid and quiet night for Huffman after starting in 9th. He's settled nicely, but slowly falling off the pace from the likes of Wyatt and company up front.
We got a chance to talk to Huffman there in a post-race. I believe it was a victory that he put together. Just an excellent job here this season. And we're watching Eddie Smith just behind him. Smith up 4 positions, up 11 for Wyatt Brackett. That's another car that's kind of flown under our radar here tonight. The 30 car kind of on fire as he works towards the top 10. And he's showing a lot of speed. He's a little bit quicker than the top 5 there for the average.
That's a convincing pass there on the inside of Shoemaker. He's moving up into the top 15, and he'll work over to the top 10. We have a driver on pit road, 45 laps in, and you won't believe who it is. Lawson Peel in the 12 has made his pit stop. Everyone else will follow this time, so Peel had the option to undercut. He chose it without any hesitation, and here comes everyone else behind. Zach Wilson leading a group of several drivers entering pit road. There's Dakota Curtis coming on in. We saw Eddie Smith, Shane Wyatt among those that have entered pit road, and this should cut it right in the middle of our 90-lap first stage from Nashville.
So how early is too early? You short pit, and maybe sitting behind. I think the 51's in the best seat because he hung with those leaders. He was close to the top 3. I'll have to wait and see how this all plays out. But right now, as far as stages go, I think the top 3 are pretty much guaranteed some stage points unless we have a caution.
And here comes Miranda plus Stempien,
Oh,
who goes
88.
wide right before the entry to pit road. He got there just in time. It could have gotten sketchy, but he holds on to it. Your leader is on pit road. Alex Huffman taking over the race lead this time.
We're going to go back here and look at this from the perspective of the 88. I don't think he was committed to pit road until he saw the 99. Phenomenal job to get on the brakes and not lock that thing up and come down here.
And that's hard to do, especially here in Nashville. I mean, you do have less banking here at this track, and you're not going as fast as you would on plenty of other mile-and-a-half and intermediate tracks we encounter on the season. But even then, late decision is a late decision. You could easily find yourself either speeding on pit road or just getting overshooting into the grass, and you'll find yourself in peril there. Run out of pit road is solid enough for Stempien. He held on in just enough time, so he runs right out with this 99 car. Jonathan Cofield will take the lead as a result of the switch. Here at lap 15, look on board with Stempien. Running some Elvis colors tonight, Bradley. I'd say that's rather fitting for running at the Music City. He's one of several music-inspired paint schemes that we have in the field tonight. I think it's a proper throwback for this 88 car with Budweiser on the colors as well. So Stempien igniting some of that musical flair, trying to take him to victory lane for the second time this year.
Well, the Music City, that's one place to run it. That's absolutely where I would break out something like this. Very good looking paint. Elvis all over the quarter and the hood. I think it's going to take a little more than that, though, to get around some of these guys. Miranda has been on point, but here we go already. This could be the race lead here after pit stops are over with. They're going to go back and forth, right, bumper to bumper. I'm looking at through this field. These two have been fast, but I don't know. Based off the strategy and this race going green, I still don't really see a car that I would pick to win this race yet.
It seems to be wide open, but the good news is, if you want to narrow the picture down a little bit, is that Miranda and Stempien have pulled away from Stephen Harlow, and what gives the benefit to these two as apart to the 33 car behind them is that they have one lap fresher tires, and that doesn't seem like much, but at a track that does wear out the tires as much as it does here at Nashville, that definitely does mean something. So over the course of the run, the longevity will favor those two at the front fighting for the net lead. Well, it looks like Stephen Harlow will have to accompany himself with possibly some traffic if he wants to get through, or maybe just falling back from the respective leaders. Watch this, battling inside the top 15. We have yet to mention Jesse Whittington's name. He was not in action 2 weeks ago at Sonoma. Unfortunately, was not able to make the fight, but in this fight with Eddie Smith here for 13th, running a brand new sponsor, Focus Fuel, on his Chevrolet Camaro. Good news for Whittington, another great sponsor added to the list of many that we've seen him run over his Sunoco Cup career. Lets Eddie Smith by, and Whittington inside the top 15 after starting 18th at the green flag.
Looking a little loose there off of turn 4 just a moment ago. Was able to keep it collected. I think fresh tires here for the 94, maybe the cold tires just coming into the heat cycle now. You get into this cycle, Kenneth, where you get used to hitting marks and maybe cars to your inside or outside, maybe upset the machine a little bit, but there's always that different scenario that you're going to have every single lap in this race. I think that was just the case there off of turn 4, and I think Whittington has settled out now. He'll follow Eddie Smith. Smith, of course, on the move. Lawson Peel definitely on the move. He's up 22 spots since we hit pit road, up to 10th now, and he's on the prowl. There is Joe Sanchez, who was in the top 5 a minute ago. What's going on with the 55?
It looks like he pitted several laps ago and just merged in the wrong place. Did not get in line with the likes of Austin Reedy and Curtis Kelly, those who he was battling with in that opening run before the green flag pit stop sequence. And then, like you mentioned with Lawson Peel, he's up here, moving up through the field, but he was the earliest hitter out of most of the lead lap cars in the top 15. I have to ask you, Bradley, because several weeks ago we talked about Charlotte and how the two-tire call was magistry out of him and how it was the perfect call to make. Do you like this early stop in this point of the race?
Well, in the first stage, you got to experiment a little bit, so it's not totally a bust. I would say strategically you can learn some things. I trust in what the 12 is doing right now, that he's just kind of experimenting with the race and what this car is capable of in the long run. We'll have to wait and see. If he does it again in the second stage, then, you know, it's kind of like fool me once, fool me twice kind of deal. But right now, I think experimentation, finding out what the car can handle, and 2 tires, you know, not out of the question, especially with the late caution. These guys are on point with the strategy. The 12 team is turning around this season, so I can't say I hate it or like it. I think right now he's just kind of, let's run a top 10, see what we can do from there.
And Lawson put himself in some special territory several weeks ago at Sonoma, where he picked up the win, and that became not only the win that snapped the different winner streak in 2024, but also one that struck some history from last season. Lawson became the first driver since himself to win 2 races in a row, and Peel continues to try and push forward with that. He has won a race at Nashville. That was courtesy of what happened in season 5. The last actual time, Bradley, we ran a full-length 300 lap feature here from Lebanon, Tennessee. So I'd say that the magic might be on the side of Peel. However, he does have 5 lap older tires rather than your race leaders currently in Mario Miranda and Steven Stempien. So there is a hurdle to overcome based on that undercut strategy. We'll keep an eye on that 12 car as he aims to move forward through the field. A look with Austin Shoemaker in the number 14. This is a based Chase Briscoe paint scheme on his number 14 as he currently runs nicely inside the race lead, with James Kunkel not that far behind. Him and Kunkel are the 2 that have yet to come down pit road. We await their entry in some moments. And there are the lap cars and several of the other lead lap cars going around. That's Colin Forrester unlapping himself in 21st. You saw several others back there as well. Chris Progar in the 7th. So surprised we're waiting this long to see Shoemaker come in, although Kunkel has already made his decision.
I am surprised as well. That's just what I was going to ask, is how long is too long to stay out here? I feel like they've kind of passed that threshold. You got lap 90 on the stage. You're not going to make it. You have 30 to go. Can you make that ground up in that short amount of time? I don't think so. So for every lap that goes by, they're losing over 1.5 seconds. That's a lot of ground to make up here. I would probably bring it down pit road here in the next lap or 2.
It's all waiting, but 62 laps is a hefty amount of time spending outside of the pit lane with all of the tires wearing, and even then Shoemaker is doubling down on his gamble. He's going to stay out an extra lap, possibly hoping that a yellow flag could come out, give him the benefit of the doubt. And right underneath Mario Miranda is Steven Stempien behind. This is the battle for the net race lead as long as Shoemaker comes down pit road, almost washing Miranda to the outside wall. Stempien is there at the apron, but Miranda holds him off going back to turn 1.
Want to move there out of 4, just not quite enough on the inside. That momentum gets shaved off on that exit. We saw it earlier in this race, and Stempien was able to take over the lead. It took him a long time. Right now, I think if you're the 88, maybe run behind him here until about, I don't know, 3 or 4 to go, and then try to attack. Save your tires as long as you can and keep the pressure on him, because it's so difficult to complete the pass, but all you have to do is get that nose ahead out of turn 4 for that white flag.
If you bring up a question about outright pace in Nashville Superspeedway, the 2 students that'll raise their hand first is going to be Mario Miranda and Steven Stempien. They know what it's like to be up here fast at this specific speedway. Miranda has won 2 of the last 3 races at this Nashville Superspeedway, while Stempien led 131 laps in Season 5's edition of this race. It was, again, like I mentioned with Peel, the last full-length race we had here in Lebanon, Tennessee in the Sunoco Cup Series history. So 2 of those continuing to work nose to tail. They have let Stephen Harlow by and let him get away from the madness. So it's down to just 2 drivers, but not that long left until the end of the first stage. Look at Eddie Smith underneath Jesse Whittington. Wiggle out of turn 2. Whittington holds his ground, will stay in P12, but that fight certainly getting close. And how about Shane Wyatt now working up top? He wants to make use of the faulty run by Smith. Goes up high, and Shane Wyatt got his nose in. He's on the outside.
Yeah, 87 falling off a little bit here. It looked really good at the start before these pit stops. This track's starting to rubber in a little bit, and that could be changing the way these cars are handling, and it might be a matter of the 87 just happen to adapt and overcome as you see Shane Wyatt take over the 13th position. A lot of tight battles through this field. You can see Jesse Whittington going on the attack of Lawson Peel now, who pitted about 10 laps sooner than the cars that just came down pit road, with Shoemaker coming down finally. There's quite a few guys that maybe stuck with the stint of lap 40, but I think overall this field is pretty even. 18 laps now on the stint for the 99.
Well, you'd imagine, Bradley, that even if this is a tough call to make, whether you go early or late on the green flag pit stop sequence, you know this is only stage one. So there might be some notes taken here from now. If you're Lawson Peel, you say, hey, an undercut by this much probably isn't going to do it for me, but if I alter this strategy a little bit, maybe I can gain some more track position. And I guess that's the positive moment of knowing that you're in a full, long green flag race, especially up until this point, is that you realize there's still so much of this race left to run. So you can understand what you did right, what you did wrong. And for Peel, he's on the opposite ends of things right now, but he knows there's a pit stop awaiting the field at 90, at least if we don't get a yellow. So take those notes, go back in action, and try and make an alternative strategy to make it a little better next time.
Yeah, we still gotta say he's gained 19 positions, so he's not doing it all wrong here. Yeah, he's losing a little bit of ground here from what he made up in the first stint of this race, but he'll be there at the top 5 before it's all said and done. He always finds a way, barring that nothing bad happens to him. Another guy that's very on point with that is the 99. He's kept it up front all day long. The 88 Estepien is keeping him honest, though, and he's been on this bumper. Harlow has fallen off. I thought maybe the 33 would have something for these guys. I think it was pit stops that kind of put the 33 behind this 8-ball, but he's still got a pretty sizable lead back here to the 71 of Curtis Kelly in the top 5.
Well, we know between Miranda and Stempien, they can't really let off on each other, because either mistake is going to bring a driver in, take a driver out, and all of a sudden you've got side-by-side action for the net race lead as we continue to await Austin Shoemaker's arrival onto pit road. We'll watch this magic happen in the latter half of the top 10. I think Zach Wilson sort of got ruffled around a bit. Jonathan Cofield and company going by, a bit of contact with the 51. And all of a sudden, there is some pouncing going on with Panthers right behind. Austin Reedy, Joe Sanchez making the effort. Cars sideways behind them. That, I believe, is Garrett Brown in the 16. Yes, it is. Who got a piece of the outside wall on the trioval front straightaway. And he seems to be okay for now. Doesn't seem to be any suspension damage on car number 16. But a scare as Sean Kalis arrived right in front of him.
Yeah, I think he was trying to turn down and pass Kalis on the inside and maybe put a little too much wheel into it. Lucky that everybody was able to clear that. He did a heck of a job to keep that car straight. Minor right front damage, but yeah, it's going to hinder his race as you ride around here. Back to 33rd position after starting in the top 15. That's gotta kill the confidence here. He's got a lot of racing left to do to recover. That's a shame.
And with the caution, he will not be the lucky dog recipient. That honor will go to Dustin Reeves, the 6 car further up in this field. So for Brown, it seems to be an insult to injury with what just happened there. Escaping barely, though, with that damage, but still has a long way to go before he can catch up to this 6 car right here of Reeves, who is just getting passed by one of the lead lap machines. That's 4th place Curtis Kelly in his number 71. Nice 3-way battle for 23rd on back, actually 22nd. This is the purple 17 of Aaron Adcock, the one-time winner in the Sunoco Cup Series, is there. Shoemaker finally making his entry into pit road 74 laps into his stint. Just a monster run all the way to this point by the 14, but Adcock holds on right in front of another musically inspired paint scheme. That's Richard Swavely in the 32, who just said in the YouTube chat that I better get a whole lot of love on the cast tonight, being the only music-themed car in Music City. I'd like to say that he isn't the only, but he is one of the few, and he's repping Wake Up the Wicked, a brand new album that's coming out soon by the band Powerwolf. He put up this paint scheme just in honor of running tonight's race at Nashville Superspeedway. I gotta love the fire and the flames on this, Bradley. What do you think?
Well, absolutely. If you put flames on a car, I'm gonna love it. I was a Hendrick fan for a long time, so yeah, always love to see that, and especially when it's well constructed. This car looks really good. You can definitely tell what it's themed based off of, and I mean, yeah, we'll give him love anytime. You just shout it out in the Discord. We'll make sure the camera gets on you. We can't promise it will be a good thing. We've had the commentators curse, the camera curse. We've seen it all here, but we'll make sure to get you up there if you want to shout that out.
I really hope this is not a bad omen set on Richard Swavely, because he's been putting up consistent races tonight. We saw him up inside the top 10 as he awaited his entry into pit road, one of those drivers who performed the overcut strategy. But as he gains the spot on Aaron Adcock, I'd say right now in 16th where he started and currently back beneath the top 20, it's not the worst run for Richard Swavely. There's no more cars around him, so hopefully the problems do not get to him at any point in this race. Casey Neiden has moved his way underneath Brad Fulham. This is the attempted pass for 24th on the racetrack. So just to let you know, even at the back of the pack, it seems to be really fun to watch. And those are several of those who are way above being a lap down, as we have at least 30 cars on the lead lap as it stands. So everyone all in their own groove, but we do await the yellow flag coming out in about 12 laps time. That'll bring us the end of stage number 1 from Nashville. Chris Progar underneath Chris Shoemaker. That's for 19th.
So the 7 is on the move finally here, and he's starting to find some traction. He's gained 2 spots up into the top 20 after starting in 21st. A lot of ground to be made up, but you know, we talked about Progar in previous races. There was that one, it was just, you know, hey, I'm here and I'm ready to go. I think we haven't really seen, and it's a shame that the news we had at the start. Some of these guys are coming into their rookie year. We haven't seen their full potential. So, you know, I look forward to possibly having more of these guys on VSPEED to see how they develop and how they bring to the table their actual true talent. Because when you get into here and with what everything Sunoco puts on, it's a tall task. I mean, there's a lot of talent in this league, and so you can't always use this as a metric of if a guy is good or not, because you can get in here and get overwhelmed really quickly by how the kind of the I guess stardom, I guess is the word I'm looking for. How these guys have built their careers and raced over a longevity of a season. They've really had a rapport on multitudes of different tracks.
But one thing, Bradley, you can say about the Sunoco Cup Series, given the length that it's run, and even then the title sponsor, Sunoco, being a high-end, you know, brand, you know, unlike a lot of other series that are still trying to get their name out there as a league, this series has such a strong community, and I'm sure that, you know, a lot of these drivers will keep in touch. And like the announcement said earlier on tonight that we showed on the broadcast at the top of the show, the spirit of this series will not come to a close, even if the full-time series does. They might be a special event that these guys run together, maybe like a Winter Series-esque part-time series where you run maybe 5 to 7 races and just run a shorter schedule, but you know, one that can still ignite that competition and camaraderie between all of these drivers. And even then, there are other leagues across the iRacing service to where these guys race not only on Sundays, but they race on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and every other days across the week in other leagues where they have also built that sense of camaraderie. Even though in Sunoco, they have all banded together really closely over the last 4 or so years. So that spirit never goes away in a sense. And it looks like the roughness never goes away between this battle for 18th. Colin Forrester, Chris Progar, well, they've been going at it. I think Chris Bradley gave Colin the chrome horn going into the corner. Forrester had to back out. He got loose, and here comes the 7 car underneath.
It might have been clean. I think he got to the inside clean, but then maybe some door contact as they ran out of turn 4. That car definitely didn't want to stay down there on the bottom of the racetrack, and I think Progar is starting to decide, well, we're going to be pitting here in 5 laps. I guess I'll back off. But now trying the outside, might have overshot the entry to 3. Now going to lose a spot. There's where you have to weigh the options, right? Is it worth going to the inside? You end up losing a position over it. We're going to talk about that all race long because, yeah, you saw what Stympian did. You saw what Marin did. Those guys went back and forth. Do you fall in line or do you try to race these guys and you end up losing ground?
Well, you were looking there with that 31 car of Colin Forrester. one of the 4 Fast Banana Racing entries in this 2024 Sunoco Cup Series season, a 2-time winner in his Sunoco Cup career. His second came this season in race number 2 in March. That was at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, where Forster had basically dominated most of that outing and was able to win. But ever since then, it's sort of been a struggle running mid-pack, and now even here running in 18th, Colin Forster. A bit of surprise, Bradley, that we're not seeing him up here with those guys that are running calmly and collectively inside the top 10, but it may just be a testament to this track, what Nashville Superspeedway is and where it lines up on the list of drivers' favorite tracks. I'd argue, in a sense, Bradley, that this track sits in a very specific niche to where there are drivers who excel tremendously at this track, but then many others still kind of don't get it. There is a short track vibe around it, but it's big enough to be an intermediate, kind of like a 1.5-mile oval, but it doesn't feel like it when you drive it. It's just such an odd track, much like Darlington, to the point where you kind of don't know where it sits as a driver mentally. So you'll have those who do really well, those who drive really poorly, and those who are a little bit indecisive. It feels that Forster isn't quite as comfortable with Nashville as he is with several of the other tracks that we've seen him do well at.
Yeah, you mentioned Darlington. I think I threw that out there as well, and I'll put Iowa in there as well. It's not quite a mile. It's not half a mile. It's just kind of a hybrid short track. You could probably throw out a couple other racetracks. Dover is kind of unique in that aspect, where it's an all-concrete surface. Yeah, it's exactly a mile, but how many times do you drive on concrete through the season? There's a few of them, but when you encounter an asphalt oval, and then you come to basically Chicagoland, a little bit smaller, and you put concrete on it, an entirely different ballgame. And some of these guys want to come out here like it's progressive banking. We have even banking all the way through this track as well. So, you know, you got to just change your mindset, and that's where a lot of guys fight this place. Is they're driving it similar, as we have the stage break here.
Lap 90, we yet to mention it, but Mario Miranda crossed the line, and no real pressure behind him. Stepien had fallen back as much as 1.2 seconds to the race leader, so Mario Miranda give him another stage win, this time from Nashville Superspeedway, just picking up exactly where he left off in this series. It has been absolutely phenomenal to see, and for Miranda, that's his 5th stage win of 2024, so another accolade given to this 99 car and the Oklahoma driver out of Tulsa as he picks up the iRacing official pace car.
Would like to apologize. We got a little distracted there. Field very spread out, clean and green since lap number 1. Did you expect that, Kenneth, to see these guys stay clean all the way through this first part?
So a long run decided by tire wear. Steven Stepien falling back in that aspect, and Miranda just staying the course, and he's going to bring the entire field on pit road. This is going to be the first time that everyone comes in collectively. 4 tires and fuel might just be the call. Bradley, I don't believe we'll see any call that is different from the general consensus. There's Lawson Peel, one of those peeling out first, has the farther pit box, and Miranda, Steven Stepien will get to the first 5, stop in their pit box, and they'll be on their way. But a wonderful first stage. What notes did you take away from the first 90 lap stint that went completely green?
Well, I think guys are willing to experiment here and learn some things in the first part of this race. So I'm interested to see guys like Peel, what they learned from that stint. As you see the battle off of pit road, looks like the top 3 going to stay about the same, but a couple positions gained there for Cofield. He's going to work his way into the top 5. Yeah, the takeaway for me, though, is that these guys are definitely not afraid to play with the numbers and try to experiment and find out what this car can do in the long run. And I'm excited to see for this second stage, maybe we'll see a different name up here in the top 10.
Well, verse 1 is over from Nashville Superspeedway. Miranda, the leader, will take a break and be right back with more coverage of the Sunoco Cup Series from the Music City.
What got into you? At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Fuller, yeah. Needed F-150 for Smith build.
Got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide, even those classified sites. Auto Tempest, all the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Mario Miranda singing a sweet song after winning stage number 1. And with that, we bring you back to coverage of the Sunoco Cup Series live from the virtual Nashville Superspeedway. Kenneth Bueno alongside our producer slash color commentator Bradley Cooper, and we've seen a lot over the first stage. What we didn't see was any yellows. We saw green flag racing from the beginning to the end with a green flag pit stop sequence in the middle. Common thread though, Miranda and Stepien, so far the outright best cars on the racetrack. We've got everyone else behind them though, so it'll be an orchestra roaring back to turn 1, this time by at lap 95. Our next stage concludes at lap 185, so a bit of a longer stage. This time, will it bring any obstacles on the pit road side of things? We'll see. Pace car is down. Miranda brings us to the Geico restart zone and lifts us up. We are underway once again from Nashville. Phenomenal start by the Victory Fuel Toyota. Pushes ahead of Stepien, and Stephen Harlow dives underneath for second into turn 1.
Already seeing what those fresh tires can do. Pass for second position. Not quite just yet as the 33 falls back behind the 88. Now the 71, who we saw fall through the field a little bit earlier in this race. He's challenging for third. Curtis Kelly up on the point.
It got dicey for Kelly in the beginning of stage 1. We saw him make contact, fall through the field after getting loose off the corner. And all of a sudden fell back to the top 10, could not recover. But this is the start that Kelly wanted, and it turns us back to the point, Bradley, about making those positions up as early as possible. We saw many of those guys, have their position squandered or have them plateaued just because they had lost so much ground on the opening jump before green flag pit stops. Kelly making absolute sure that that does not happen. He settles in third. Harlow fourth. Zach Wilson, your top 5 as Lawson Peel has broken into 7th. Contact behind. Adcock is around. First yellow.
And it's pretty minor. I don't think he got any damage from that, so I think he's going to be okay. Car looks clean. I think he just got sent through the grass.
Here's a look at what happened in turns 3 and 4. It appeared this was a first issue from the 17. Just got loose by his lonesome. Chuck Phelps right behind with nowhere to go. All of a sudden, you have that minor contact that sends the 17 around for a rather harmless spin. Nobody else gets into him. Solid avoidance by everyone, but that's cold tires for you, Bradley. And I think maybe the third instance we've seen, or maybe even more, of drivers getting loose at the exit of turn 4, but not in the middle of the corner the way Adcock did.
Well, that track's rubbering up too. We said it was going to change over time, and it's not the heat that's going to change this racetrack. It's going to be the groove is going to get worn in. You look at the track temperature, it stayed about exactly the same. So I think that at this point it's just cold tires combined with the fact that the bottom groove where everyone's been running, because that's the fastest way around, it's just kind of accumulated, it's added up.
Well, for that brings us our first yellow flag of the night. 98 laps in the books, as there's Justin Erb and several others reaching pit road. Brandon Banks among those. Same deal with Aaron Adcock. It appears that the 22 of Justin Winters has elected for pit road. Not sure whether this is just for a splash of fuel. Not many of these drivers, or any of them at all, picked up any damage on the racetrack in a rather quick stop. So pretty exemplifying that we've got a pretty short pit stop for some fuel takers this time at lap 99. This should give you a little more insurance to make that lap 185 mark to close off stage number 2, but after maybe several laps, or even after one, it may not give you that much more of an advantage or upper hand over everyone else up here who have the opportunity to clutch and coast quite a bit. Fun fact about Justin Erb in the 20, who's had a pretty consistent 2024 in the Sunoco Cup Series. Him and Brandon Banks have completed the most laps out of anyone in the field at 2,090. So even the top drivers that we consider the best in this series, the Mario Mirandas, the Lawson Peels, the Steven Stempians of the world, they don't have as many laps completed on track this season as those two. Just shows you their longevity and their consistency of staying out on track and staying out of harm's way whenever they take the green flag.
Sometimes that's good enough to win you a championship, when you're able to finish every single race and be up there at the end of these things. At the end of the day, you know, you could get that Mark Martin award, you know. So I think right now, if you're having a rough season, just try to finish every race you can. Maybe it turns around for you come chase time.
Well, everyone is slowed down behind the iRacing official pace car. Tick lap 100, and we are under yellow for the first time from Nashville Superspeedway. Let's get a word with that man sitting in second with the Elvis Budweiser colors on his Chevy tonight, Steven Stempian. Steven, we're glad you're joining us here under this yellow, and talk about how this race has gone. It's felt like you versus Miranda all race long. There's a ton of pace behind that Chevrolet tonight.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's been. I've had a lot of success here at Nashville, so you know, I know what to do, what it takes to win here, and you know, I'm just playing with Mario, is just seeing what type of pace he has, and you know, I stayed behind him a little bit too long there on that after the pit stop cycle. He kind of pulled away, but I know what I got to do to get around him. I think we're gonna be in for a good show as long as I can keep it clean.
And talk about this Nashville Superspeedway, how in real life, yes, you've got the middle and higher grooves working, but on iRacing, it's a little harder to accomplish working those higher lanes. How do you try and get around Miranda, not only on the tire-saving game, but around the lane game when you've got so much dirty air running that single file line?
You know, just try and make him use up his stuff a little bit. You know, put pressure on him. That's what I was kind of doing before the pit stops. And, you know, I had to deal with Harlow a little bit, but I think if I didn't deal with Harlow, I probably would have got around him. The car actually felt better in dirty air because I took a lead for a little bit and then I lost it. It just didn't feel right. I think I was too used to it being in dirty air, but we'll see what happens. Made some adjustments and see what the rest of the race holds.
Well, Steven, we certainly appreciate the time. Car's looking good. Car's looking fast. It's been fun to watch you up there in Stage 1. We'll see what you can do here in Stage 2.
Sounds good, guys. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the race. Hopefully we'll see you in victory lane.
Steven Stempian, driver of the 88, for dropping the Hammer Racing. Going to start outside in row 1. We were mentioning just that dirty air aspect and how getting around cars can be tough. Stempian has had his chances. He's been successful several times, but not for long. See if it changes on this next restart. Coming your way, lap 102 from Lebanon, Tennessee. Miranda in control again. We saw a sluggish restart from the outside entering the Geico restart zone. This time it is much better from that outside lane for a bit until it falls off. Harlow having to push Stempian going into turn 1, and Curtis Kelly breaking free for second place.
I think the 88 might have just been a little late. I don't think he missed the shift, but I think he was late on the shift. He's going to get it back here. Looks like into 3 and 4, but already 71. what a job here to turn up the heat and get back up into the top 5. He was falling like a rock there in the first stage of this race, and he's proven he has the speed. Cofield, another driver I can take away that has a lot of speed here. And then, well, there's Lawson Pugh in the background right there. Let's not count him out.
Well, for Cofield and for Kelly, those are two drivers sort of in the same boat. They haven't found as much luck as of late, specifically Cofield, who has yet to have a solid finish in his 2024 debut campaign. Here he is running 5th. We saw some of the shine from him 2 weeks ago at Sonoma. Car sideways and into the grass. That's Zach Wilson in the 51. It appears he's hanging on to it. He does, but he hemorrhages a ton of track position down to 29th. And still going.
That one little mistake out of turn 4. I think he got a little bit loose. We'll go back to the replay. We had a challenge for the lead here as they bang doors out of turn 4. Curtis Kelly sitting in a front row seat to the background of this. He's going to look for a position as well as he dives to the outside.
And look at the pivot down low. Miranda underneath for the lead. Stepien made it happen out of turn 4, and Miranda said, well, I got you back next time around. I pay more contact. The onboard look from the 88. He's got the nose in, but he backs out. Does not want to make it a door-to-door effort into 3 and 4, so he hangs back. Stepien, the patient move out of 4, but he could have easily sent Miranda into turn 3. He decides better of it, hangs back in 2nd, but what a brawl this is becoming for P1.
We're going to have to go back and find that on the replay, though, for Zach Wilson. This is coming out of turn 4 where it all goes down, it all goes south. Contact with the 10 of Huffman. And what
Just
a save
slight
there.
hip check. I mean, we talked about loading the right front tire, Bradley, and that's exactly what happens. You're underneath, you push in the throttle, car up high, you make the side-by-side contact, and that's enough to get that car out of shape.
Sometimes that's all it takes, and you know it's bound to happen at this racetrack, especially because it's not multi-group. There's one exit on these turns, and if you're to the inside, you can very quickly find yourself hip check or door check, whatever you want to call it, and it's not intentional. It's just, you know, you're trying to run your line.
Well, look at this as we watch the battles inside the top 10, the two drivers that have evolved the most in that break between stages 1 and 2. Lawson Field, of course, the first. He's worked up to a race-high 4th, and then Colin Forster, who spent a good amount of stage 1 trapped in the mid-pack, has found his clean air underneath Alex Huffman, and that's the battle for 7th place. So two of those who did not find the best of luck earlier are now working their way up through the field with flying colors. And mind you, Forrester and Peel started this race both beneath the top 30. So both of them the two biggest movers tonight.
23 positions, 28 positions. If you're putting up a 20 plus, here's Ray Rogers with a 20. He's looking to the inside of the guy that was on the fast move earlier in this race, Wyatt Brackett. So there's comers and goers, and I was kind of excited to know this. Kenneth, who is going to be the new name up in the top 10? I think right now.
Whoa, Chris Progar in front. Way out of shape. Now he's in the grass. He holds on to it, and much like Zach Wilson, gives up all of that time. And this time it was all by himself.
Chris was having a good race, too. That's a shame. He was having a stellar day. He worked his way into the top 15. He was racing with some of the guys that we mentioned a lot here on VSPEED. He'll be back. I have faith he'll be back. But, man, that's a lot of work. You got to do it all over again, Chris.
Tough one there for the 7 of Progar. He encounters 3 wide in front of him, though. James Kunkel spins Aaron Adcock in the entry of the corner. Caution is out in turns 1 and 2. And there it is for the second yellow in a row. It is Aaron Adcock, the heart of the incident.
Just enough to bring out the yellow, Kenneth. That was close. He had saved that car. I think iRacing was a little quick to throw that yellow out, but it could have been worse.
And it begun from the 3 wide action. We talked about Bradley right in front of Chris Progar. Justin Winters had emerged right in the middle. It looked like the space had ran out, so Kunkel had driven it deep in turn 1, hit a bit of the apron, and that car did not turn going up the banking, and there was nowhere to go but into that quarter panel of the 17. What happens here, Bradley, from your perspective?
The 45 can't run into the entry like he normally would. We'll go on board with him here and set this all up. But if you look here, he goes to the inside of the 22. And then right here, he cannot turn in. He has to take a shallow entry. Actually ends up tagging the apron, and at that point, you're just kind of along for the ride. So I think it's a mistake by the 45.
Yeah, tight entry into turn 1, but if you look from the high above angle on that 3 wide, Winters was not offering the real estate. He is way down low in the middle, forcing Kunkel even further down than you would anticipate going into turn 1. Sends the 45 sailing up the banking, and up the hill is that 17 car who comes crashing down at the end of it. That sideways action bringing out the yellow flag, and thus our second caution of the race. Eddie Smith, Colin Forrester, and several others have taken pit road. Many did not. Your top 6 have stayed out. Everyone 7th on back have come in.
And Lawson Peel's going to take over the lead here. Kept easily up to 2nd. How's that for new names up in the top 10? Shane Wyatt, Logan Sturgeon, Charles Stevens. Haven't talked a lot about the 84 of Charles Stevens here tonight, but you know, that's kind of a shakeup as we approach the second stage end, and we're through almost through the halfway point. I think right now, I mean, track position has been king all race long. You only have, 20 laps or so on these tires. If you're Justin Erb, you only have 14 laps on these tires. Why not? Well, actually, he did top off with fuel, so he still has the same tires, but you might stand to make it all the way to the end of the stage now with the extension on this caution.
The problem is, though, everyone mostly who pitted have come down for 4 fresh tires and fuel, and mind you, this is about 71 laps away from the end of stage 2, so we could encounter at least another pit stop as long as we stay green, or even if we get a long green flag run and thus a yellow comes out shortly after. So is this a right call for Miranda and those behind, or is it too early given the amount of time that we have left before the stage is over?
I think it's a good call. I mean, come down. This is kind of the split of the halfway mark, and if we go green to the end, I would say 9th place on back, that's a perfect move. But if you're Lawson Peel, Kip Easley, some of these guys that have had a problem getting through the traffic and navigating, it could be argued that it's a good call for them as well, because now they're up front. They can kind of control the tempo and play a little defense once these fresh tires get to them. So I don't think it's a bad call either way. This is kind of the gray area in this run to make that pit stop.
Top 6 are out on the racetrack. They'll bring us to the green flag, and it will be a Drinkin' Bros Racing grid front row lock between Lawson Peel and Kip Easley, who's emerged into a race high 2nd. Boy, he's been almost invisible all night long. We haven't had a chance to talk about him, but Kip Easley will have a chance in the spotlight on the older tires, and thus the challenge much harder for Mario Miranda, Steven Stepien, those who are going to be the first 2 on 4 fresh Goodyear Eagles. Those 2 who had come out in front of Miranda and Stepien, Alex Huffman and Jonathan Cofield, they came in only for fuel at about 5 to 6 second stops. So no fresh tires for either that Chevrolet or the Ford Mustang up top.
That one's the one that I'm kind of like, I think I would have taken 4. If I'm going to come down, I'm going to take 4. Yeah, you got some positions out of it, but now you're kind of in the same boat as the guys up front. Might as well come in and get 4 tires. And as far as Cofield goes, I think I would have taken 4.
Just an update for you. Behind the garage, Jesse Whittington has taken his car out of contention. He encountered multiple packet losses, so he had been disconnected from the session due to the internet. And unfortunately, he called this night over from Nashville. Remember, he did not show up at Sonoma Raceway 2 weeks ago, so this will be the 2nd race in a row in which he does not finish the race. Lawson Peel and Kip Easley, 2 Chevrolets to the green flag restart.
The sun is out again Here we go for our third restart of the race, and what a shot out of a cannon for the 12.
And the 27 of Shane White has broken away from Kip easily. He gets into second place. And then there's Mario Miranda in the thick of it all on fresh tires, still not making up any ground. He remains door to door with Steven Stepien. And imagine not that much of a gain from these on fresh tires. Miranda rises out of 4, looking underneath Jonathan Cofield, stays back there for now. No significant progress as the field chases back to turn 1. Gap 0.3 of a second between Lawson Peel and Shane White.
This is the perfect contrast between what I was talking about. All those guys on old tires, they're not trying to gain positions. They're just trying to hold on. They're all single file. Then you have the guys on fresh tires back here from 9th on back. They're running side by side. On the outside for the 88 of Stepien. He will take away. Contact!
And Stepien is around. Yellow is out for the 3rd time, and this time it involves the 2 heavy hitters in this race. Stepien getting spun for a top ride as Mario Miranda got into him at the rise up out of the corner. Yellow flag raises at lap 118.
You look back at the broadcast to see that. I think he's trying to see if that was his fault, but I don't think it was.
And that was just after setting a 31.5, one of the fastest laps in the mid-pack at that moment. Good news is that he will be able to gain most of that track position lost as he got his car back rolling. But here's what happened out of turn 4.
I think Miranda moves up a little bit. We'll get another angle of this. But nobody was loose. I didn't see anything out of the 88 that made me think that he was losing control. No looseness out of the corner. I think it's just hard racing right here.
Well, again, we talked about the right front, how
Net
it
code, maybe?
helps you move up. But I assume here it appeared, Bradley, that the 99 got loose in the middle of the corner, had to correct it, and in turn just ran up the hill. So you'll see a tiny wiggle right there. And that seems to move him up just high enough to get into Steven Stepien. No intention there, but Bradley, when you're so close quarters racing, as 2 of the fresh tire cars in the field, a little mistake will send you away and give a driver a spin like that.
And there's a little gap there as well. That Miranda, and you could argue that Miranda maybe thought he had a little more room. This could just be the broadcast portion of things making it look like there was more of a gap there. We don't know what they see, on their screen. Internet can be funny like that. But just, the car was moving up. You saw the wheel motion there by the 99, and not entirely sure if net code maybe was a factor in that, but that's tough to say. And again, no intent there. It wasn't like Miranda just, used up the track and just disregarded anyone to his outside. He left room. It's just very tight racing there.
In turn, Stepien falls back to 20th, so not the worst that it could be for driver number 88, but as one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, you get trapped further back in dirty air, and the obstacle becomes much tougher to overcome throughout the race, as we've got at least 65 laps until the end of stage number 2 from Nashville. Let's bring in your current race leader, who's seeing first place for the first time tonight. We bring in Drinkin' Bros Racing's Lawson Peel. And Lawson, boy, you had to work your way up through the field in that first stage. It felt like it was the climb, Miley Cyrus style, after rolling off from 32nd. What's it like now that you've finally emerged into the race lead and you've got a bit of that clean air?
Yeah, the clean air is nice, Kenneth. Made some progress, but certainly stalled out and felt like I got stuck there. Really hard getting around like Justin Erb, and then Jesse Whittington had a really hard time passing him. So picked up a little bit in the green flag cycle, but then everybody that had a little bit newer tires than me kind of passed me back. So yeah, thankfully I was not in that lane. I restarted 2 ago, I think, where Joe missed a shift. Picked up some spots there, and then just didn't really want to take tires there a minute ago, and I didn't know if we could make it on fuel from there. Obviously, I think we could have made it on fuel to the stage from this caution, but I would have been going to the very back, so just going to kind of commit to this. And if it goes green from here, we'll obviously have to come in and pit and then try to get a lap back, because I think a lot of guys here probably good to go to the end on fuel, but we'll just see what happens.
And I was about to ask about that stage 1 pit stop where you had come in substantially earlier than a bunch of those other drivers around you. Did the undercut seem to prove fruitful for you? And will that be the case if we get another green flag run later on in this race, or was it not cutting it?
It got me a couple spots early in the run, but I think they all got me back. So I just really kind of got my right front hot and was behind Brandon and couldn't pass him, and just thought, need to do something different, and tried it. I normally try to stay away from the undercut, but yeah, just with the clean air up here, probably try to go a little bit on the other side of that next opportunity.
All right, well, we'll let you go for this restart here, lap 122. The 12 car looks good up front. Best of luck on the restart.
Thank you, Kenneth.
So that is Drinking Bros Racing's Lawson Peel in the lead for the first time. He does not have his teammate alongside him, but he's got his teammate behind him. A bit more support this time at the green flag. Chevrolets again, inside and outside of row 1. Mario Miranda, you see that yellow and black car back there. He's residing inside the top 10. Later restart zone start for the 12 of Lawson Peel. He gets up underway. We're back under green from Nashville, and here's easily down low on Wyatt for P2.
Guys, maybe a little bit different shift points, maybe a little bit different speed as they come out of turn 2. Kip Beasley is going to be to the inside. 27 is Shane Wyatt for second position. Looked like Justin Erb had the advantage coming out of turn 2, but not the case here. This is, again, back to fresh tires. These guys are running back here, 9 going back. They're going to try to work their way through this field. It's going to get really sketchy back here.
And now even more drivers that guys like Mario Miranda has to overcome. That battle for second continuous in the rise out of turn 2, easily staying underneath. Justin Erb now helping the 27 of Wyatt. Down low, we're going to shut the door on that red, white, and blue M&M Chevrolet and leave them to dust at the exit of turn 4.
That was a door slam, Kenneth. That wasn't just shutting it. That was a slam right there. You got to do what you got to do on these older tires. 32 laps on this stint. You got Justin Erb with about the same fresh fuel up there. He probably stands to stay out the longest. He probably will end up with the lead if these guys can hold him off. I'm really impressed with the old tires here on this stint. Miranda is just now starting to make ground.
And that shutdown by Shane Wyatt was basically exemplary of cut the business, you got it twisted right there. He did not want any part of them going on the inside of him. And to check back in with Miranda, who has been trudging through this mid-pack and yet to find any success. He goes right underneath Logan Sturgeon, but the problem resides with the Toyota on the outside. Curtis Kelly also on the same set of tires as this 99. So the trek up front rather doesn't get easier. Contact with Logan Sturgeon out of turn 4.
Little touch there as they went through the apex. The 99 is trying to make quick work. Logan Sturgeon, of course, on older tires, holding his own on this outside line. This is for 7th spot out of turn 2.
And every moment that Miranda spends side by side, Bradley is more opportunities to lose time. He's going to have to make quick work of this 26. He does in the entry of 3 and 4. So a bit more breathing room around for Miranda. But what about it makes it so tough? It seems as though tire wear, we thought about it as a potential, possibly big charge up as 3 wide happens right in front. Kip easily getting sent up the track. Cofield and Sanchez middle and down low.
Hey, it's contact down the backstretch sideways for Cofield. Another one here. Caution's not going to come out.
He's under the racing line, so no yellow. Another dagger to the rookie Cofield, who has yet to catch a break this season. It feels like Logan Sturgeon and all of that has continuously fallen back through the top 10. He's now down to 8th, and it's all single file other than the potential run at the race leader for Shane Wyatt. Side by side behind them, there's Wyatt Brackett looking on the outside of Chuck Stevens, one of the newer drivers in this field, made his debut in the All-Star race. And right behind him, Bradley, is that Steven Stepien car in the number 88. He is trapped in the top 15, and he's going to have to work his way up through the field slowly but surely. And I'm imagining that the patience is going to be run thin here as he tries to catch up.
Well, patience, the virtue of it. You can go through these cars and pass 100 of them. Just put yourself in a fighting chance. Still plenty of time. We're not even at the halfway point yet, so I think right now if you're stepping in, well, you learned a lot just now. What's this car going to do? He has more experience in the dirty air than a lot of these guys that have been up front, so I think right now it's okay. It's not totally over. We have 3 wide in front of him. Here comes the 87 contact again. That's Steve Harlow that almost got contact from the 10 of Huffman.
And they're giving it every bit that they've got. Eddie Smith is going to make contact again with the points leader, Reedy. They remain behind the 2 rookies in Huffman and Harlow. Got to tiptoe around this competition as Reedy almost about got turned. We've seen that several times tonight, Bradley. A wash up off the corner gets you into the other's quarter panel, and it sends then for the spin. Whether it brings out a yellow is up for debate between the iRacing officials and Josh Lokovitz in race control. Onboard look from Smith, who has encountered mid-pack action all race long. Looking under Huffman, staying back in turn 3.
Huffman on even tires. They're going to go through 3 and 4 again. No wash up here. Almost contact Eddie Smith down into the grass.
And he saves it. He holds on to it for a moment. Goes up the banking. Everyone stays away from him. Eddie Smith, the newest casualty to a sideways moment out of 4. And there's Richard Swavely underneath for 18th. Oh, my.
That was close. That was probably the craziest transition back onto the racetrack that we've seen all day of a guy that had contact or hit the wall. That one made me hold my breath.
Oh, man, Bradley, I'd imagine the grass here on the front straightaway is looking attractive. They're all going down there.
Yeah, it's getting mowed for free here today.
And the side-by-side action continues. Boy, Logan Sturgeon has held the fort down for just a long time, and remember, he is on 41-lap old tires. He was one of those guys who had stayed out the longest, and we still anticipate that 26 to come down pit road. It'll be at a rather awkward moment in this race if we stay green. And the look on board from the Stephen Harlow machine, that's Team Watson Racing, right on the back deck lid of the 33. Who's had a wonderful race tonight from Nashville, but could have had it all spoiled, and Austin Reedy and company gotten into him. But so far for Harlow, who had started 3rd and has worked his way up nicely through the top 10, this is definitely a solid run for one of those rookie drivers. And as we've seen throughout this 2024 season, we're seeing 2 different sides of the rookie class. For one, you're seeing those that are exceptionally and outstandingly doing what they can to run up front, being up there to possibly win races and being consistent. Then you have those that have just been back and forth, not found the luck that they probably deserve. You look at guys like Eddie Smith, who's now on a downturn but started this season off hot. Shane Wyatt, who's starting to get a little more comfortable, and he's building up his momentum. And then unfortunately, guys like, you know, a Jonathan Cofield in the 58, who hasn't been able to find that spark just yet. For guys like Stephen Harlow, he's been right in the middle. It seems to be panning out for him nicely tonight.
Well, we've seen surges at certain tracks, and it's the guys that are good at every place. And I've been mostly impressed with Harlow and Smith. Krogar's turned it up as of late. Then you have the consistent guys that just, you know, they're going to be here no matter what, and they're going to put it in, regardless if they feel like they can win this race or not. So the rookie class has been balanced and overall, but I think that it's been fun to watch these guys come into their own, and we're going to see that when it comes chase time. Who's the cream of the crop?
Well, I'm a sucker for trends, Bradley, and I'm sure that you know that with the way I make race trends and just talk about overall stats on previous finishes. But for me, it gives you the best indication of how they are going into this race. And I'm going to give you a nugget here on Shane Wyatt in this 27 car. First 4 races of the 2024 season, he had only 1 finish inside the top 20. It was a 5th place running at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. That was the best we had seen the rookie up until then. First race, he finished 35th. In the 3rd race at Bristol, he finished in 32nd and 24th at Texas Motor Speedway. But all of a sudden, he has yet to finish a race outside of the top 20. 7th, 4th, 18th, and 12th going into this race. So talk about a driver who's gotten a little more comfortable and a little more consistent as of late. That's the 27 for you.
sometimes that confidence just builds up and overwhelms everyone else. And I think Shane has kind of thrown himself into that list of names that we're mentioning, especially the last 3 or 4 weeks. We're saying his name a lot, so I'm all for it. Little contact there with Kip Easley, and I think it was Colin Forrester in front of him. They're going to go almost 3 wide into 1.
They were about to, in the battle for the race lead is side by side. Miranda had charged up through the field. Will he get the lead as the caution comes out? Chris Progar and Aaron Adcock are wadded up, entering turn 1.
That's
Fourth
the second
yellow of
one
the night.
today. That's the second one today for the 17, and this time he does get damage.
Could be race ending as there's Progar and Adcock getting back underway. And once more, this is the result of almost, in fact, technical 3 wide at the front straightaway entering the first corner. We'll take a look at the replay. This time, Adcock a little beaten up this time from the impact. He escaped the first 2 incidents that he was involved in rather cleanly, but this time, not the situation. You see 3 wide staggered, getting into the 7 on the tri-oval. I think the space just runs out, and I don't think Adcock ran that apron like we've seen many do tonight, Bradley.
Yeah, that's hard to predict. That's another factor with these racetracks. It's even worse here. You can go to Chicagoland, Vegas, and guys will cut that tri-oval, but here it's a little bit shorter, so that transition's a little harsher. The banking is about the same, but it's a shorter envelope to find where you're going to come back up there, and I think that's why some guys don't cut that. That's a surprise to some guys when they're on the outside, and you see the guy in front of you cut it, but the guy next to you doesn't.
Tough for both of them as they were both involved in prior accidents tonight that either brought or didn't bring out yellow flags in the race. Another look at it as we do have cars on pit road. We'll give you the update. Lawson Peel among those to lead the charge in. Shane Wyatt and many others are coming in for the 4 fresh tires and fuel. There's another look at the incident. Steven Stepien has also taken his Chevrolet down the pit lane, so that will hand over the lead to Tulsa, Oklahoma, Mario Miranda. Steven Stepien comes out right behind Kip Easley, but this was the call we probably anticipated, and a likely caution for these drivers to come in. We're about 40 or so laps away, 45 or so laps away from the end of stage 2 on 49 lap old tires and 21 lap older tires, and most of the field around you. I'd say it's a safe bet that Lawson is coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. The stint got kind of mixed up here, but now they're on the flip side of this. You remember that it was about 20 or so laps. Now it's about 30. Miranda was able to race up there. I don't see why these guys back here can't get up. They're about the same position, maybe 4 or 5 back. I think Lawson Peel is in a good situation here with the way this caution fell.
Well, Lawson is going to be trapped back in 15th, so not the worst in the world, but he will have at least 30 lap better tires. I'd say that we were discussing whether a tire difference by several laps would mean that much here at Nashville. It seems like over the longer run, it seems to kick in a little more than almost instantaneously, but as long as we stay green from here until lap 185, you could call Lawson Peel a possible candidate for a stage win. Mario won the first one. Lawson did not get stage points at the cross of the line for lap 90, so we'll try to turn it around here between those two. And I'd say that every week, Bradley is another addition to the Miranda and Peel lore. It seems as though ever since they came together in this series, almost inseparable in success, in drama, and in situations. And you even turn to the history of this Nashville Superspeedway. The only 2 drivers that have won here, guess who they are?
I'm going to guess Peel and Miranda.
Yeah, Peel and Miranda. They're the only winners all time in this series here at Nashville. Now, given this is only the 4th race here in series history, but to say that every time we've been here, it's either been a 99 car or a 12 car going to victory lane, I think that tells you just as much as you need to know. And that was the same 2 weeks ago at Sonoma. We were talking about in the next-gen era on road courses, Miranda and Peel had been the only winners. Nobody else had gone to victory lane.
Fireworks, Kenneth. The fireworks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The 2 different opinions with the contact. Miranda seemed like it was okay. Lawson felt like he was being cheated in that first run. Boy, it was insane to watch.
And I will forever. I hope somebody has a replay. Please send it to me, because we're putting together a compilation of the greatest hits here in Sunoco. So I would love to have that footage. For whatever reason, I didn't have a copy of that, and I would love to go back and watch that. Nonetheless, you can go back and watch it here on VSPEED. I hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast here tonight. I say it every week. Hit that subscribe button. You'll never miss a single race. We'll bring you all season long here at Sunoco as we get set to go back green for the second stage.
Hey, brother, you never hit me up on that. I've got the replay. You never hit me up on replays.
Yeah, you gotta get that.
All right, man. All right. I had the logs ready for season 6, and you never told me, man. You never told me nothing.
Well, I know.
All right. Well, look, radio silence now, but it's gonna be loud noises back to turn 1. Mario Miranda, Curtis Kelly, 2 Toyota Camrys this time, bringing us to the green flag. Pace car is down. Underway once again at lap 145. Inside line goes, outside line does not. Austin Reedy almost missed a shift there. That third car on the inside lane is toast into turn 1.
Reedy falls back to about the 6th position. I believe he's going to settle in, but look at Colin Forrester with a great move on the inside of Curtis Kelly out of turn 2.
This is the best place we've seen Forrester in all night long, and here he goes, wasting no time. Entry to the inside for the race lead. And he's got a teammate behind 2 in Curtis Kelly, so a bit more insurance on the run down to turn 1. We know that Lawson Peel nor Steven Stepien are in the mix right now. Yellow is out again as Forrester goes under. Stephen Harlow this time the victim.
And he was having such a good race. I was just about to say how great it would be for Fast Banana to get hooked up, and then 33 goes around, and now I'm on a completely different page. Is you have these rookies that have had breakout seasons, and it seems like the luck has changed in this second half of the regular season.
Just tough for Harlow. There's the damage right front mostly as he went face to face and gave that outside wall a pretty little kiss. We'll look at the instant replay and give you a look. So this is way back in 23rd, where Harlow was running prior to the yellow. He had been one of those, Bradley, that came down pit road with Lawson Peel and the rest of the company. Mid-pack settling. He went middle 3 wide and ping-ponged his way to the outside wall. Oh, man.
I'm going to go on board with this. This is how fast it can happen here. You get put in a situation. Guys on the outside are racing. It's almost 4 wide in front of them. So a little check up there. The 20 of Herb gets into the side of the 22 there. That's kind of what causes that checkup to put Harlow in that situation. You could argue that, that accordion effect happens in front of him. There's not much you can do to respond.
That's Full Lock Racing's Logan Sturgeon up high in that 26. Kip easily down low, and I'd say you're cutting it close when you're trying to make it middle 3 wide anyway. It appeared that Harlow had the best run off the corner. And all of a sudden, it goes left, right, left, right. It looks like watching Neo dance out there, and he goes into the outside wall as a result. Stephen Harlow having to get all that damage repaired. He's trapped in 33rd, but the good news is that he will not fall a lap down from the leaders, although all that track position is going to be lost in that attempt. There's Dakota Curtis, who's on the apron in his Dollar Tree colors, as there's Alex Moscarella getting around, and look, another back at the 43. Yeah, you're getting me all over the place, but nonetheless, good colors by Curtis. I'd say that it looks odd from a Chevy perspective. I know this is supposed to be a Toyota paint scheme, but one man can dream, especially as a Camaro enthusiast, that Legacy Motor Club did not go to Toyotas this year. But great stuff from Curtis nonetheless.
Great stuff all season and for every season. And we will shout it out. We'll talk about it a million times. And, the news that's dropped, and I'm still excited. I think right now with the way this season has went and the way this racing has went, we still have plenty of excitement to bring you guys. And, Dollar Tree or not, this is going to be top tier, top shelf racing. The best that we have here on VSPEED, bar none. I've been asked many times, Kenneth, and I don't know what your opinion is, but I got asked on the Door Banging Download. We both worked with Jake Reeves. What is your favorite league to broadcast? And, if you would have asked me 3 years ago, it's going to be a tough answer. Sunday nights. I enjoy the time here, and so I would argue that this is the best racing, and it's gotten even better. Great race here today.
That's such a simple yet loaded question. What's your favorite league to broadcast? And I think for many, they probably give an easy answer, right? But it feels like picking a favorite child if you've been in the game for a while.
My mom would answer me for sure, no doubt.
All right, well, you know, it's so hard to say. I don't know, because there's so many leagues that have different personalities. You'd still command with Sunday nights, though. You think Sunoco is the best league you've ever covered?
Based off of the action and the stories, the lore, like, it just continues on. We're looking at it right now with the 99, Miranda. You got Stempian with the podcast, Dropping the Hammer, and Lost and Peel, and the way those guys went at each other at Sonoma. I've only been a part of the brief amount of history here. I'm excited just for, you know, every 2 weeks. It's crazy.
I'm glad that I'm rubbing off on you by you saying lore there.
Yeah.
I think I'm rubbing off on you there. I like it.
We will work together always, man. I hope this continues as well. The relationship the broadcast has put here, and having you guys come over, and Kenneth, you bring a whole nother aspect. I'm kind of geeking out here. Let's get back to the racing.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. And for those who don't know, Bradley is a wonderful commentator, wonderful producer. He's the reason why we're even looking at a prod feed right now on the racetrack. Here in Sim, he does a wonderful job at VSPEED, and even all the stuff he does behind the scenes, something to definitely be in awe and admiration for. So don't just talk to me, talk to Bradley when you talk about how great VSPEED is at covering stuff.
Boy.
But we're going to get back to the action. I'm sure that the competition is heated between those two on the front row. Colin Forrester made a bid for it, an attempted bid that was worthy of watching. Right before that caution came out, you think if it stayed green, maybe that 31 might have had the nose ahead, much like Miranda did to Peel on one of the last restarts. However, inside line has been king. Toyota's up high and down low in row number 1. Curtis Kelly, Joe Sanchez to give all of the support. Right behind them, green flag waves at lap 151. We are halfway home from the Music City, and it's Curtis Kelly and Forrester in the fight for second. The teammates going at it.
Well, you got to decide here on the outside. The 31 really washes up out of 2. That might hold some up here, and here comes another teammate with Austin Reedy into turn 3. Sanchez back into the hunt.
Well, it looks like you can never ignore the Fast Banana group, because they are all over the place here inside the top 10. All 4 of them occupying places from first all the way back to 6, because look at Wyatt Brackett, who had moved up from 24th on the starting grid to P6 now. Zach Wilson looking down low, but the onboard look from Brackett in the best place we've seen him all race long.
He's been fighting all race long to get up here, and he has been one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. The 30 qualified all the way back in the 24th position, up to 6 here, and we're coming up on 30 to go. He's in a good spot right now as the 51 actually kind of muscles his way out of the tri-oval.
Zach Wilson, we saw him in a slight incident through the grass earlier in the race. Dropped all the way back to P28, and here where he is now, P6 in the route back to the front. Zach Wilson is looking to redeem himself after the last several races where it hasn't really been all the dollars for him. He goes underneath Wyatt Brackett, he clears him for P6. And now it's all about moving forward. Look at Lawson Peel on the fresh tires, cutting his way through traffic inside, 3 wide, back to turn 1.
Oh, contact with the 32 of Swavely. I believe that was the 27 of Shane Wyatt that got into him there. They're going to go 3 wide almost again there as Stempian goes to the outside. The 88's back on the surge as well.
Those two on a mission. They're looking to cruise for a bruise. Now underneath 3 wide, potentially again, is the onboard look from Stempian. Works his way underneath the Tide machine of Smith. And then the machine up top of Wyatt Brackett. That's going to be for 8th place. Stempian down low looking for it. He's got it locked in out of turn 2 as Lawson Peel runs up high. He's got a look on Austin Reedy for 5th.
And he'll get away with it there. Now he's going to go to work on Sanchez. These fresh tires to the inside out of turn 4. Picking them off one at a time. I said it earlier. I like the way that this caution fell for the 12 to get this stage win, and he's already up into the top 5. Very doable. 3 wide back here, deep out in the top 10.
This is Dirty Dancing from Nashville Superspeedway. It's a lovely sight. They're almost 3 wide through the mid-pack, but the focus on Lawson Field, and we almost thought, Bradley, that later on in the run we'd see these fresh tires come about, but it looks like they have sparked alive instantly after the restart. Lawson Field has gained multiple spots since the drop of the green flag as of late. He charges on Curtis Kelly. He's underneath for second. Only one more car to beat.
Well, it continues. Do we see the fireworks show back up after what happened at Sonoma? You know, the relationship here a little tainted. Might see some TV rating go up on the old VSPEED here for the next 5 or so laps as he tries to pass for the lead.
And now the question is, will it be an easy pass? It looks like halfway the answer is yes, but it's not fully confirmed. Backing out in turn 2 is Peel, looking forward to turn 3. And one thing we know about Lawson Peel, he's a patient driver. He's willing to wait it out until his moment is to shine. There he is again, lunging up high, this time out of turn 4. It won't work. He gets a piece of the outside wall. He drove it a bit too hard.
Got very tight there, and it wasn't Dirty Air that did that. That car just had enough. He's passed a lot of cars, and now almost a stack up 3 wide. Steve Stempien gets to the back bumper. This is for 3rd.
You can't bite the hand that feeds you. Peel almost did there. Chopped the whole arm off a bit in turn 4. He almost got a piece of that wall, sent him out of this race, and he has another driver to look after now. The 88 of Steven Stempien works under Curtis Kelly, wrapping that yellow line down low to take away 3rd. Peel will try another bit at the race lead, but how long until Stempien makes a charge at it, Bradley?
Stempien's shown that he was faster than Morinda. I haven't really seen the speed of Peel on even tires with the 88, so I'm interested to see. We're going to have a 3-way battle for the finish of this thing. We're going to reset at 185. Contact, and there it is. The fireworks continue.
And the save by Morinda, he's got it, but at what cost? Everyone's around. Stempien underneath. The race lead battle continues back to turn 1.
And this is even tires here. This is mano y mano for the 88 and the 12.
It stays even. They touch on the back straightaway. And down low is Stempien making another move at it. Like you said, Bradley, this is the same tire versus the same tire. Peel ran up high and almost hit the wall in 4. He clears Stempien. New race leader with a battle on his hands. Lawson Peel still holding on.
Stempien's not done yet. He's got a lot to work for. He's had to claw his way back through this field with the strategy and the tires. All he's had to do now is get back to the top 3. Shark in the water. There is blood here. The 12, he's just holding on.
He tried it and he bought it, but he bought it with bloody money, dirty money at that, getting into Mario Miranda and sending him up the racetrack. A wonderful save, by the way, from Miranda to keep that up, because it looked like he was almost headed straight for the outside wall in the middle of the corner. He is recuperating in 8th place, but the damage is already done. Miranda's going to remember that for the rest of the race, Bradley. And talk about 2 weeks ago at Sonoma, the heated tension between those two, especially in turn 7A. When those two entered the corner, Lawson would make a charge down low. Miranda, in every sense of the word, would shut him out, make sure he wouldn't get a nose underneath. Lawson felt that he was being raced pretty dirtily there in the first several stages at Sonoma. He got the last lap, though, with the win, getting his 2nd straight. Does Miranda strike back later in this one?
I mean, yeah. We saw it at Sonoma, but, you know, it didn't turn out as well as he had maybe planned. He ended up on the backside of, you know, arguably what was a retaliation. You know, they talked about it and played it off that it wasn't, that he maybe, you know, just went up the hill a little bit too hot. But this time around, pretty blatant. So I would look to see Miranda race his way back to the front and definitely contest what happened.
You're right. Obvious displeasure from either side on everything that they've been in, and it's felt like every time they've gone on the racetrack together and been side by side, the physicality has amplified every time. You're right, Charlotte being one of them.
That was definitely a moment that I'll take away as a highlight, and I think that's what carried over into Sonoma, and it's carried over here today. You know, 2 weeks, maybe not enough for these guys to forget what's happened, and, you know, the memory of an elephant is what we would compare it to. Some of these guys have goldfish memory. No, not race car drivers. This is going to go on all the way through the season.
So Miranda stuck back in P6. Colin Forrester working up high. He's in the middle of a fast banana storm. There's Kip easily down low. He makes it almost 3 wide and got into the quarter panel of that 96. But we do not want another car being sent into that inside grass. It's had enough all night long. As Reedy goes in the middle 3 wide. What a power move on the inside by Kip. Easily gets 1 and possibly 2 entering turn 3.
2 for 1 special as he goes into turn 3. He's keeping pace with the 99 of Miranda. He's on the oldest tires up here. I think right now he's impressed me the most on speed with the 54 old tires, and he could probably work his way back into the top 5.
And Kip Easley is one of those guys that could be sneaky fast in specific moments. And his last start wasn't at Sonoma. He wasn't there 2 weeks ago, but he was at the longest race of the year at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and he finished P6. It was a great battle between himself and Ross Harlow nearing the end of that race. So Kip Easley is in this series for a valuable reason. He's fast when he needs to be. Surely he isn't one of the most dominant cars in the field, yes, but he is a driver that can be sneaky fast when you look at him the right way and when he's in the best position. He hunts down Mario Miranda now like a panther. That's going to be for P6. As further back, Alex Huffman and them go at it. Miranda now charging on the Ally Chevrolet of Joe Sanchez. This entire pack not escaping each other, Bradley, through the top 10 and even a bit to the top 15.
Well, even the cars that, you know, maybe got shuffled out, thrown through the grass. Here's one of them right here, the 58 of Jonathan Cofield. He's clawed his way back towards the top 10. So some of the guys that had problems, Stympian had problems down into the inside grass. You know, the 99 will be back. So this racetrack, as hard as it is to pass, it seems like guys are recovering. It's kind of surreal that they're recovering so easily back to the top 10.
And speaking of Steven Stympian, he's got to look at the race lead, and he is not looking back. New race leader, car number 88. Him and Lawson Peel have separated themselves by leagues over Shane Wyatt, who has settled into 3rd. Curtis Kelly and Joe Sanchez, that top 5. But Stympian told us earlier on in this race that he got bits of the clean air and didn't like how the car was feeling, and it might have been attributed to just being used to riding in dirty air. What has he learned now, sensation-wise, from behind the wheel, Bradley, now that he's in clean air with nobody in front of him?
Well, I think he's learned the 99 is deep in this field, and this is the opportunity to go win a stage. You got to do it here. A little contact with the wall there in the 1 as he goes and actually allows Peel back to the back bumper for a moment there. But I think right now he is the fastest or second fastest car on this racetrack, and without having anyone to contest him, I think he's going to pull away here for these next 10 laps and definitely going to lock up this stage if we stay green.
And you virtually eliminate Mario Miranda, given the fact that he has at least 29 lap older tires than those running in the front. Watch this, 3 wide entering turn 1. Cofield, Easley, Huffman in the battle. How about 4 wide? Give it into the first corner.
That's not gonna work here, boys. That can't work here. 8 gets contact with Huffman. Cofield still on the bottom. He loses a couple spots. They tried 4 wide at Bristol. I thought it was gonna work. They're trying it here as well.
Oh, and that's really sketchy territory for drivers like Austin Reedy, the points leader, who has yet to pick up a stage point tonight. Remember, the stage ends at lap 185, so we still have at least 11 more to go in this battle. Decisive, not yet. Miranda in the middle of the eye. This is the hurricane right around him in the rain bands. Justin Erb, Alex Huffman, Joe Sanchez, and Curtis Kelly go at it for 5th, and we'd argue that maybe this isn't for a lot, but Bradley, this is for crucial stage points in about 10 laps time.
Absolutely is, and you can tell right around that 4th all the way back to 10th with Cofield, and then guys outside the top 10 trying to claw their way back up here. Nobody is pulling punches right now.
Cofield, who had made a stellar comeback, is working under. Miranda slight contact with Kip Easley in the run to turn 3. This is a trouble spot we've seen encounter all the drivers over the course of the night. It gets Curtis Kelly. This time, spun around on the front straightaway. Yellow flag once more from Nashville. This time with about 9 laps to go before stage 2.
We saw it right before our eyes. You were talking about how it was the trouble spot on this racetrack, and I think it was the 8 of Easley that got up. Maybe a checkup by both of them, but just contact. That's what created it.
Rock bottom for Curtis Kelly as this caution raises at lap 176. This is the look from the overhead cam, and again, it's always the quarter panel contact. That's very minimal, Bradley, but at high speeds, it sends you for a ride. It shifts all that momentum around, and all of a sudden, if you're Curtis Kelly, you're going for the spin. It was Kip Easley that gave him the slight contact. We'll get another look at it. Mind you, this pack entirely had been 3 and even 4 wide at moments. Kelly was in the middle of it with no exception. Onboard look from Easley.
I don't know if that does it justice there. Let's back it up one more time there. You got to have the onboard. How difficult is it to tell right here? There's a
Space
hole.
runs out. It just almost seems like from the driver's perspective in the cockpit that you're clear.
Yep. Even if you think that you're clear nose-wise, you know? Just the car can slide up in front of you. Maybe the hole isn't there anymore to pass, but the guy still has room to come up in front. And the car is a little bit longer than maybe guys are used to. I don't know. That's weird.
We usually exclaim that it's a game of inches, but in this case, it's a game of even centimeters between Easley and the spinning Curtis Kelly. Our yellow flag comes out, and the alternate strategy has once again turned its head because now Steven Stempien, Lawson Peel, and all of these guys who are waiting it out on 36-lap-old tires, Bradley, now have a group of fresh tire cars behind, thanks to Joe Sanchez, Mario Miranda, and several others that have come down pit road. And we just got word from race control Josh Lokovitz, this caution will not bring us to the end of stage 2, which means we've got another restart underway, and we've got another battle to ensue with fresh and old tire cars.
Sanchez is leading that pack. I don't think 19th is reasonable to come back and win stage 2, but it is reasonable to stay out when the rest of these cars in the top 15 come down pit road. You'll be in a better spot, and I think Miranda's going to recover back to the lead after it's all said and done. Stempien's going to win this stage. I think it's going to be a challenge for anybody to get around him. I'm just calling shots here. It's what you watch enough of these, and sometimes you just get in that mindset. But I think Stempien wins this. He'll probably get second at the very least. We could see something crazy on the restart. I think the 99 is going to be back to the lead and have a pretty good run, because we saw with 15, 20 lap old tires how hard it was to get around guys. So we're only going to have like a 5 lap difference, 4 lap difference in tires. I don't think that's going to be substantial.
You're right, and this could be kind of awkward territory for these guys back here, because yes, they've got fresh tires now, but maybe they don't push on the run to the end of stage 2. They'll lose stage points, but as everyone in front comes down to pit road just to get their sets of Goodyear Eagles on, you know, you've got Miranda and company that can just save tires in this small run to the stage 2 break and then have it all figured out on that minimal difference. Like you said, Bradley, at least 4 or 5 laps that separate these guys out front and those like Mario Miranda, Eddie Smith, Joe Sanchez, who had just visited pit road. Let's get the perspective of one of those who just came down pit road, and we talk now with Mario Miranda, who joins us. First of all, thank you, Mario, and it's been a wild race so far. We know you've been in the heart of it, specifically as of late before that caution flag comes out. What has it been like from your perspective behind the wheel?
I just wanted to go back to what stage 1 was like, clean air and just me and Stimpy, but yeah, it's chaotic. I guess I had the privilege of being out front, and I got out back here, and I had no idea how bad the dirty air was, and it's a totally different ball game now. And you know, it doesn't help with the contact we had in turn 3, but you know, still a long race. Head high.
What's the play here now? It seems like a position where you and several others are on fresh tires, but it's only a 5-lap run to the stage. Is the plan save tires now, stay out and let everyone come in, or is it try and push and gain track position?
It's just stay out, save tires here on this little 4-lap stint because I've noticed that track position is a whole lot more, and it seems if your tires are within 10 laps, there's not much of a difference.
All right, well, Mario, best of luck in this stage run to the finish at lap 185. It's been a lot of fun, and best of luck on the restart.
Thank you, sir.
Mario Miranda deep in 19th place, as Steven Stepien and Lawson Peel bring us out of turn 4, our restart 5 laps away from the end of the second stage from Nashville. The 88 has control. He's got the run to the start-finish line. Lawson holds back, but he beats Shane Wyatt to the gun, entering the first corner.
And already into turn 1, you're seeing some of those fresh tire guys. They say they were going to sit back a little bit, but back here in 19th position. It's crazy coming off of turn 2. Almost some contact between Aaron Adcock and Joe Sanchez for 17th. He's going to try to get as many as he can. I mean, if you're on the bottom, you might as well try to take them.
Well, this is tiptoe Roddy Rich style because they are all trying to settle themselves out. Joe Sanchez looks under and says, why not? 3-wide action entering turn 1 under the Sirius XM Toyota Camry. He's got the run underneath. Ray Rogers holding up high, but the 55's got it sideways. That's Chuck Stevens back there in the background. He holds on to it. What a save.
We got to hit that on a replay real quick.
Watch this, in the middle, hooked by Adcock and saving his Chevrolet in the middle. It could have unraveled in the most ugly way possible, and he sticks onto it. Chuck Stevens with the save of the night as we're 2 laps away from the end of the second stage from Nashville. Car on the wall in the background, that was Brandon Banks. Side by side, this is for 4th. Alex Huffman, Shane Wyatt.
And I think Peel now in defense mode for Jonathan Cofield, who's clawed his way through this field, got his way back into the top 10, and lap
Caution,
183.
Sanchez. One of the fresh tire cars in peril.
They were racing pretty hard back there, Kenneth. I was kind of surprised based off of Miranda's interview that he was kind of following right behind him. They were very aggressive on that restart.
Well, it was 3 wide outside for car number 55, and this should bring us the yellow that will tally on to the end of stage 2 under the yellow flag, not the green. So this is outside 3 wide. He beats Curtis and Miranda. This is entering turn 3. Soon Bradley, he just overcooked it entering the corner, thinking he could rotate the car. He does not. He goes right into the path of the 7 car. They collide, sending the 55 for the slide, and more often than not, that would not be a yellow, but because it came to a screeching halt, then spun around the other direction, Bradley, that's where race control throws the yellow.
And you've got a lot of cars behind that? Yeah. And I think it was Richard Swavely that dodged that there. Go on board with him for a second. I think he kind of made a split-second decision. See, the 75 goes low. He's going to go, yep.
Oh, wake up the wicked avoidance. Beautiful job by Richard Swavely, but for Sanchez there, Bradley, was that a sense of overconfidence on the fresh tires?
Yeah, I think it's just you feel like Superman. We've seen it before. He's not doing anything that I wouldn't do. Like, you're going to go up there and try to get as much position as you can. He doesn't lose a lot here because of the pit stops that the top 10 are going to take, but I think right now you got to think back when you're on that 30, 40 laps into the race, that spin's you're going to feel it.
Well, caution is out once more at the tick of lap 185, so at the cross of the line, this is officially the end of stage 2, and while you see that 99 car up front, race control Josh Lokovitz tells us stage winner is Steven Stepien. So for the first time tonight, Steven Stepien will grab a stage W, and for the 88 car, that's going to be his second stage win of the 2024 season, with Lawson Peel back in second, Cofield third, Alex Huffman fifth, Shane Wyatt, Austin Reedy, Kip Easley, Brandon Banks, Logan Sturgeon, and Wyatt Brackett to the top 10. This was the play, though, Bradley, that Miranda just told us about. Save tires on this short stint. I think he got a little thankful but scared at the same time that Joe Sanchez, the car that happened to be right in front of him, sent out the yellow flag as of late. But Miranda will have control of the field heading back to the restart. And there he is with Justin Erb right behind him. What a run for the 20 car tonight.
Doesn't happen very often, Kenneth, but I did make a little mistake there with the graphic. I'd like to apologize to Steve Stempien, rightful winner of stage number 2. We still have a lot of laps left to calculate here, and the strategies are all over the place, Kenneth.
And now we ask, Bradley, which strategy works out the best? It seems like we have found ourselves in 2 distinct camps. You've got those like Miranda, Sanchez, Erb, Wilson. You can name everybody all the way down to 13th place that have decided this time it's the time to save until now, where you can use most of your fresh tires. Then Stempien, Lawson, and several others from 14th on back who have elected that they're going to pit usually at every stage. What does that mean now for the rest of the race? And if we stay green on this final 115 lap stage, how adversely does that affect either side of the table?
There's a lot of questions there, and I would have to say that as far as strategy goes, who knows? I mean, we could have another caution that completely changes that outcome. How is it going to affect these drivers, or, you know, if you're outside looking in? I would say, did you save enough? The 99 kind of followed suit with the 55. I don't know if these guys saved enough. It is a better balance here with the short stint, but I don't know. I have to venture to say that some of these guys, like Stempien, are going to work their way back up here.
Well, we've seen different tire sets, different tire strategies at play. These drivers had 7 of those tire sets at the drop of the green flag. They're using a bunch of them, but we've got a long green flag run anticipating this time by stage 3 underway from Nashville. Justin Erb not to get to go in turn 1. Zach Wilson ends up pouncing on the charge. Him and Colin Forrester make contact. Forrester's loose and he saves it.
He's still loose coming off of turn 4, and it looks like Eddie Smith's going to capitalize from that. He's going to work his way up to 4th position. All over the back bumper is the 14 of Austin Shoemaker. They're still making contact. The 4 way up the racetrack there. Contact in the back of the field. That's the 16.
Garrett Brown and several others. Lawson Peel getting away from it. Brad Fulham, Aaron Adcock stuffing it in late. And our biggest crash of the night occurs at lap 189, resulting from 3 wide in the mid-pack. And several top drivers got involved in this. Look at the replay, Bradley. What happens here?
Just guides on different tire stance, I think. 58 at Cofield, probably feeling really good with the fresh tires. Thought he maybe could stick it in there. 16 has someone to his outside. I don't know. I think it's just it's a matter of just a bunch of people making kind of miscalculations on this exit. At turn 4, that's what it's been all night.
It has been. The 58 car gets into the 16. You'll see several drivers get a piece of the contact. There's Alex Huffman, who does a wonderful job locking up the brakes, and he saves it. But for Lawson Peel, possible left front nose damage. Shane Wyatt got his bumper ripped off. Austin Reedy, your points leader, gets a piece of this as well. The high onboard look will give you the advantage. Steven Stempien squeezes away from it, but Huffman gets tagged late. Austin Reedy gets a tag on the nose. Brandon Banks in the 54 also stuffs it in right as the 16 was screeching to a halt. And then those who hit him at the very aftermath, Brad Fulham and Aaron Adcock, that had nowhere to go near the outside wall. So this is a jam-packed incident, Bradley, that has several layers to it. And this is a look from Fulham.
Yeah, we're going to go back a little bit more. But Fulham was not involved in this at all until the very tail end. He's ran a really quiet day. He's been in and out of the top 20. Just keep locking it up, but that little tag there, I think, sent that car around in front of him, and he didn't have anywhere to go.
It's a situation where you make that decision preemptively, and as soon as that car goes into your direction, it's sort of hard to redirect and get yourself anywhere else. So the 19 car, who we tallied with as one of the larger movers from the start of this race after rolling off in 36th place, well, here he is back in 33rd, basically square one from where he started. As Garrett Brown enters pit road, he will be a lap down, and we'd imagine that he might be our next DNF of the night from Nashville Superspeedway. I was about to harp on the fact that we had 34 cars still on the lead lap until now, possibly 33 with the 16 car on pit road, and a tough break for Prestige Worldwide Racing. We had the great side of it with Austin and Chris Shoemaker forging their way into the top 10, but Garrett Brown on the back end of it just getting hit and unfortunately being the center point of this accident.
But Kenneth, you're going to have these up and down days. We've seen guys claw back. I think even with a couple, Jesse Whittington, the only DNF, and that was a technical issue, we still have a solid field out here. So I wouldn't get too read into the damage here. As far as the reports go, there's still 100 laps plus to go in this race, and I think it was minor damage for most of these guys. So I think we're still going to have a solid field of 30 plus to finish this race. Hopefully we can clean it up. It's been a little caution play, guys, of late, but I think right now we need to get these guys back on the same strategy, the same tire stints. That's where we're having the problems. Is we have guys on fresher tires that it's hard to predict how much slower in the fall off is.
You're right, and for a fresh tire car, the move up through the field becomes so much more difficult because your usual routine, what you've built up with your muscle memory over the course of the night, if you learn to drive the car a certain way over the course of the run, you may try it on fresh tires, and then you're automatically just much faster than everyone else just because of all that extra grip you've got with that fresh set of Goodyear Eagles, and that's something that can even catch the fresh tire car guys by surprise. So not only does the old tire group think about, oh boy, these guys are going to be much faster than us, even in the entry of the corner, even if they don't do all that much, those fresh tire cars still have to get used to all of the speed they gain on everyone in front, and that causes that slight miscommunication. But when you do it at upwards of 180 miles an hour, you're going to get an accident. Yellow flag out. Now it will unraise. Green flag will get in its place at lap 193 with about 107 laps to go in this one from Lebanon, Tennessee. Mario Miranda brings us the green flag restart at lap 193 with Herb and Wilson fighting for second right behind him.
Wilson has been going at it. I don't know where this car came from, but he has fought tooth and nail to be here in the top three. Can he hold on to it as they go side by side just behind him? Eddie Smith. There's the 5th spot for the 87. Colin Forrester. Just so many names that weren't up here in the first stage start to show that they want to be a part of this championship.
We start with Justin Erb, who sits in second, chasing down Mario Miranda, the race leader. This is setting up to be the best career run in Season 7 for car number 20. There was someone who was sideways, brings out the yellow, a stuffing accident, and there is Jonathan Cofield in the middle of it. And the bad luck continues.
I think that all started out of turn 2. I saw a car shoot to the grass, and there was a big checkup. Not sure who that was. We're going to ride with Cofield here. He's the one that gets turned sideways. But I think this happens ahead of him.
It does. It starts with Alex Huffman and Austin Reedy, and it's an unlikely victim in the 96. It looks like he was the perpetrator, actually, in this situation. Cofield, rather, the victim, but the TJ's Team Camry goes sideways in turn 2, overcorrects into Alex Huffman, and then catches Shane Wyatt. And then as they all stuffed it up and tried to slow down for the accident, Dakota Curtis gets into the 58 of Cofield, and that's all she wrote.
I'm going to ride on board here with Casey Knighton. Where do you go here? Does he choose right? He's choosing, he's choosing, he's choosing. He chose.
What a job.
He got it.
That stomping on the brakes and getting away from it. Casey Knighton escapes the accident. Big news from third place runner Zach Wilson. He has disconnected. We don't know why. It seems to be from internet connectivity issues. But car number 51, Zach Wilson, who was running in third right behind Herb and Miranda, has seemingly out of nowhere disappeared from the server. So his night is theoretically over from Nashville Superspeedway. So another shunt right after we get one of our biggest accidents of the night.
There's a couple guys here on the camera. Chuck Phelps looks like he's on pit road here, and he is he's getting some damage repaired. He actually threw the gloves down. Doesn't seem very happy with what happened to him as well. You know, I could see the frustration. You raced most of this race, over half of it, caution free. Now you're sitting on pit road wondering what happened. So I think now we're starting to get into kind of what we had at Bristol or some of these short tracks where guys, they're feeling like they should be up front and they're trying to claw their way back up there, but we still got a lot of race left, and I don't know what the urgency is. I think that it would settle itself out. It's going to work itself out. However, tell these guys that, because they're racing really hard, like maybe we have 20 to go at times.
Well, for one thing, these drivers are certainly frustrated that the rhythm has been disrupted. You were running green flag, like you said, Bradley, in stage 1, and Mario even said it himself. He's like, I wish we were just in stage 1. I wish it was like that first run of the race where it was all clean, everyone was in their zone, but now people have jumped out of line, and I'd imagine that the separate strategies, Bradley, have certainly become a catalyst in why we've seen so many yellows as of late. Fresh tires and old tires, that debate will last forever, but the consequences of having half of the field on one strategy and half of the field on the other, it will bring a clash at some point, and tonight it's been multiple, whether it be through slight contact entering the corner, whether it be through that turn 4 exit, which seems to catch everybody by surprise. It hasn't helped, and that's why we've seen all of these yellows coming in one after the other with just over 100 laps to go.
It's only going to get better though, right? We can't add to that catalyst at all. I don't know.
So Mario Miranda and Justin Herb will reset in row 1 for this next restart. Colin Forrester and Eddie Smith have occupied row 2 for a little while. They've made that their new home here in lap 198. Chris Shoemaker entering the top 5 with Curtis Kelly, Joe Sanchez, Austin Shoemaker, Richard Swavely, and Dustin Reeves. How about the 6 car entering the top 10? As he was back there for a while, started in 26, and here he is with an opportunity to run well in the points. He did lose out on stage points, so he won't be able to get that, but he will be able to have a nice finish as long as he holds on. And those are the older tire cars. Best by 7 laps is Steven Stepien on 13-lap old tires in 11th place. Then Shane Wyatt, Logan Sturgeon, Wyatt Bracken, and the list continues from many of those drivers who have shared space up front, now in the mid-pack, searching for a place to reside. It'll be just over 100 laps to go at this next race of the green flag. Mario Miranda in control, searching for win number 2 in the 2024 season. He gets to go early. Justin Herb and others on the outside forced only to react. Green flag in the air once more from Nashville. Eddie Smith charges underneath. He almost looked 3 wide, and the Dunkin' Donuts car runs up to second.
Forrester has really impressed me here. 26 is the round.
Sturgeon sideways, and there's the yellow. And they just keep coming.
I am mid-sentence when something happens. I'm going to stop talking, Kenneth.
I maybe have to toss you a little earlier on the restart, but Logan Sturgeon, the man sideways. This time it's a less harmful accident, doesn't get anyone else involved. But this is still a spin that Race Control throws the yellow for. Look at the replay with the Big Fish car on the inside, the red, white, and blue Chevrolet. This is the scheme he ran at Charlotte not that long ago for the Coke 600 Memorial Race. And just a case of cold tires, Bradley. I think he just overcooked the rear tires at the exit. Car went sideways, and it's another sense of just trying to save it, but it just becomes a car perpendicular with the racing line.
Yeah, that'll trigger a caution every time. That's a shame. He's going to lose a ton of spots. He was up mid-pack and now back to 31st. And we've watched Sturgeon. We've watched a number of these guys work their way through the field several times. I think he can come back. We have, with this restart, about 98, 97 laps to go. There's still plenty of time to do it. You just, I don't know. It's like this track, the transition has caught these guys by surprise. Maybe in practice, just tested with a few guys and didn't really get the full effect of what rubbering up on this concrete surface is going to be like, because turn 2 is not the same. Not to what we started here in the first stage of this race. Miranda is wishing for the first stage, but it's just not there anymore. This track is grayed out. You can see there's black marks and grooves all over the place. It's not the same place anymore, and you can check the weather. It's actually colder than it was when it began. It was 85 when we started on the track temp. It's now down to 80. Very cold racetrack, but rubber's not helping that at all. So these guys are going to have to change.
It's definitely not, as Miranda holds out hope at the front, just thinking that if this race went green, he could be the man scurrying away from everyone else. Lap 201 currently underway, and we are 100 laps away from the checkered flag being displayed here at Nashville Superspeedway. One short break, and we'll be back with more green flag action of the Sunoco Cup Series with our coverage live on VSPEED.
What got into you? At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Fuller. Yeah. Needed F-150 for Smith build.
Got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide. Even those classified sites. Auto Tempest. All the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Getting ready to go on our 9th caution for on-track incident, our 3rd most of the 2024 season, but Mario Miranda and Colin Forrester are set to bring us back under green flag action with a bit under 100 laps left to go. Welcome back to our coverage live on VSPEED. We're alongside our producer and colleague in the booth, Bradley Cooper. I'm Kenneth Bueno. We've been with you all night long covering the flurry of yellows that have encountered us over the last several minutes and maybe even a bit of an hour after stage 2. Mario Miranda and Forrester, nonetheless, the front row duo leading us back to the green flag action. We saw that 31 car strong on the last restart. This time he's forced to react on the outside of the front row, and once again it happens. The inside car on the bottom gets the nudge entering turn 1, but the 31 stands his ground and he remains in second. Miranda to the race lead again.
And outside just didn't get going, a little loose there for Herb, and now Eddie Smith's going to look inside. Contact there down the backstretch for third. Almost another moment here. We've seen several of them here. Kenneth, more contact out of 4.
That 87 car is getting physical with the 20 of Herb, but they will fall out from the top 2 who have pulled away slightly. We see a bunch of changes through the mid-pack. They're all over the place, but Eddie Smith patrolling his way down low. How about Alex Muscarella, who had been a lap down earlier in this race, now moving inside the top 8, side by side there with Austin Shoemaker.
Well, I've tried to keep the camera off the 48 today, Kenneth. You know that. He has had a stellar day, and he is clawing his way back through this field, doing a phenomenal job. So we're going to leave it at that, and hopefully the 48 car can come away with the top 10 before it's all said and done as he goes to the inside. That's Austin Shoemaker on the outside. This is for 8th position. He will quickly clear, but gets loose, and why did I do it? Why did I put the camera on it?
Oh no, Alex Muscarella hard into the wall. And there's our next yellow. Cue it, lap 206. Ay, ay, ay.
I'm sorry, Alex, I'm sorry.
48 car with a huge dent on his Chevrolet. He is picking up the spots lost. That's iRacing officials trying to let him know where he stands as of the caution flag. And involved in that almost was Steven Stepien. Look at that car in the 88 going down low and wiggling several times, but escaping the madness in front. As Alex Muscarella had gotten loose out of turn 2, overcorrected it in the attempt to save, and Austin Shoemaker with nowhere to go just gets pummeled. Look at this from Stepien. Wow.
Did he make contact there? I don't know. Let's watch this from an aerial. I think he got clear, but the way that car snapped to the inside, I don't know. That's close. That is really close. He's got away with it. That's as close as it gets.
And remember, he was one of those fresher tire cars still moving his way through the pack. He had been in the top 10 at the time of that yellow flag. We've got news that Mario Miranda has taken his Camry down pit road. So he was the race leader, hands it off to fellow Toyota Colin Forrester, and that was on 30-lap old tires. So this, of course, means that Miranda will have to at least take one more stop before this race is over. But a call to get fresh tires, but the risk of losing that track position. And I'd ask you here, Bradley, is it even worth it now at this point in this race to pit and lose track position but be on fresher tires? Is it worth it based on what we've seen in the mid-pack and all of the cautions that have come out from it?
I mean, the trend right now is yellow flag. I don't know. That's a gamble that you come down pit road right now. You're kind of hoping that the race goes green and then these guys hit pit road under green flag conditions, or we have a long run and they all come down and track position comes back. That's a tough call. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know, Kenneth. I mean, you've been an analyst on this stuff for a long time as well. I think you're on the same page. I don't know if I would have done that.
Yeah, it seems like a risky call, not because of the tire sets, but just because of the position you'll be in. And he's got to learn from the likes of Joe Sanchez, even Steven Stepien there. As close as he was to that incident and as much as he got away from it, he could have easily been added to the list of those involved in that caution. Lawson Peel, who just by being there, just guilty by association, getting a bit of the tap from the spinning Garrett Brown on one of our more recent yellows. think dropping back here on fresh tires will give you the edge for maybe a second, but for the most part, you're starting from 24th on the grid when you get this restart lined up, rolling in row 12. So you're going to have to move your way through the field methodically, and you may even want to be a little more careful, and that carefulness alone might just prohibit you from gaining the spots you desire, although you anticipate everyone ahead of you to come in. So Colin Forrester will enjoy his first several laps leading from Nashville Superspeedway. We mentioned him in the same boat as Lawson Peel Bradley, two of those drivers who started beneath the top 30. Colin Forrester is still looking for a decent run tonight after what's been sort of a back and forth season after his win at Las Vegas. He did get a solid run at Sonoma where he crossed the line in 8th, but before that had to finish outside of the top 10 in almost every single race that goes all the way back to Bristol where he got a top 10 there. So for Forrester, how big of a moment is this, and how do you seize the opportunity now leading?
You gotta hold on to the lead. I mean, any defense you can put up, go ahead. I don't know that it's not frowned upon when you're the leader. You have every right to fight for the lead, but you know, seize the opportunity. You're looking back from 15th place on back. It's kind of the repeat of what we saw in stage 2, where some of these guys were on fresher tires and they probably couldn't claw their way back. Make the most of the situation for these next however long we go green. Plan accordingly if we have another caution, but right now, run it out as hard as you can and stay in front. I think he's going to be okay for if we go green. He'll be totally fine.
It's a new look at the front row. Colin Forrester and Justin Erb bringing us to the next restart. We've seen plenty of these with 90 laps to go at this marker of the race. Colin Forrester brings the field into the Geico restart zone. This launch a little more typical, but he pulls away clearly over Eddie Smith and Justin Erb, who will fight tooth and nail for second. Justin Erb holding on up top, had a piece of the outside wall, but he sticks in it there. In turn 2, they stay door to door at the exit of the corner.
Side by side for second position and fourth position. 55 of Sanchez. He's on a resurgence from this field. He's going to go to the inside of Curtis Kelly, who's been in and out of the top 20 all night long as well. And here comes Steve Stippian from 6th position. A little bit fresher tires for that 88 car.
Remember, Stepien is still on some fresher tires, at least by 7 laps over those at the front of the field. So the advantage is still clear, but it's how he uses that advantage to his benefit. It's a little harder to make his space known because it's side by side right in front of him. Stays right behind Curtis Kelly. In the rearview mirror is the 4 car of Chris Shoemaker, and Stepien is looking to become the second driver in Sunoco Cup Series history at Nashville to win this race from the pole. The last time it happened was season 4 when Mario Miranda accomplished that very same goal. That 88 car is trapped in the mid-pack with nowhere to go. It's all a call for patience now.
And they're almost 3 wide behind him there. You see the 4, Chris Shoemaker, a little off the groove there. Almost some contact between him and the 33. How about Stephen Harlow, who had problems early in this race in the first stage, now back up into the top 10, up to 8.
And they fight further back in the mid-pack. Here's Richard Swavely, Wyatt Brackett, those two going at it for position just inside the top 10. Looks like the Wake Up the Wicked Powerwolf Chevrolet has been doing well for himself tonight. Again, one of the similarly musically themed paint schemes and one of the few ones in the field doing well, but in the sucker hole, as we call it, the outside lane here at Nashville Superspeedway. Him and Ray Rogers going at it, and that 23 car also with a big surgence as of late. That Ford Mustang, who we've documented over the last several races, tonight faced an end-of-line penalty for missing the driver's meeting, so he had to roll off the grid in a very different place from where he anticipated he would after qualifying. Rogers, though, the Florida native, has worked his way up to the field slowly but surely and has mostly escaped all of the cautions, Bradley, so you got to give credit for what Rogers has been able to do, all of that experience carrying into this great run tonight from Lebanon, Tennessee.
Yeah, credit where it's due. Credit where it's due to this whole field, and we look like we're maybe cleaning it up a little bit here. 23 on the inside, still of the 30. Wyatt Brackett, Ray Rogers side by side for just inside the top 10. Cracking the top 10 is Lawson Peel as he works his way back towards the front. He is on the freshest tires in this top 10. 21 laps on this stint, and it's a pretty big gap back there to Jonathan Cofield, who is on the same tires. 12 car using all of the racetrack here, trying to get a run. Here goes Stipia to the inside of Sanchez.
Tries to go under the 55, unsuccessful for the moment, but keeps himself alongside out of turn 4. Tap of the wall from Wyatt Brackett. Another spot gain for Rogers, and one more for Lawson Peel. But it's tough to be down there if you're this 88 car, because everyone fighting against you is running up top, and it's harder to make that pass complete. And no help from the likes of Stephen Harlow, so Stepien just a lone wolf down low, hugging that yellow line, but he dives further in than that 55. There's the pass. Finally, that's 5th place.
We talk about the slide job, and sometimes with progressive banking, you can send it in there a little bit deeper and come out the high side and complete that pass, but doing it on a track like this, where it's consistent banking overall, all the way through that corner, impressive job by the 88. That kind of shows, though, that those tires are a little bit fresher, and while it isn't by much, he is able to drive a little bit different line on the entry of these corners. He'll work his way probably to about 3rd position before he starts to hit a brick wall.
And like Steven told us earlier in the broadcast, this is one of those tracks where he usually performs well at, and that has been no surprise since the drop of the green flag in this race, where he's led a ton of laps. He's been able to win a stage. That car and that driver specifically didn't know what to do to win here at this speedway, although Stepien hasn't found that same luck in this league. He's won at Nashville Superspeedway and plentiful other leagues, but Sunoco Cup has never been one of them. So Stepien wanting to turn that around. Next victim is Curtis Kelly, who rides in 4th, been back and forth all night long in that beige, yellow, and blue Toyota Camry. Stepien getting the run off of turn 2. The onboard look from the 71. There he goes, lunging it into the corner. Kelly playing defense, but he slides up the track. Stepien is still down there. That's for 4th place.
That was a pinch into 3 by Curtis Kelly to keep that 88 at bay. Stepien thought better of it. Now he has the 55 back on the outside. This time there is contact.
But he holds on to it. He got a little sketchy there, and here's the brigade behind. Sanchez on the top, Harlow in the middle, and Lawson Peel behind.
Now Harlow's going to get a spot. It goes back to, it was that golden rule in the first stage. Is it worth it right now? You could have a green flag pit stop that puts you in a better position. Now you just lost 2 spots. You take it. I think the point of taking it while you got it has passed. We're well into this run now. Harlow just gets into the wall out of turn 2, but now it's just a matter of riding behind a guy. Maybe he makes a mistake and get the spot, but you gotta just ride at this point.
You gotta be so patient, especially knowing what lurks behind you, and in this case, it's Lawson Peel, who thankfully gives him the bumper to assist him entering turn 1, but maybe it's just the ploy to keep him side by side with Harlow that he sends it up the racetrack. He's slow mid-corner, parks it at the apex, and at the exit, there's Lawson Peel to pounce, gives him the bumper once again. This is an interesting decision to make if you're this 12 car, because obviously you want to get by, but you want to do it in the cleanest way possible. So play little games by making them go side by side while you're the car on fresh tires.
He's still pushing him here. It's kind of like a Talladega run into the entry in turn 1. He's trying to get that 88 car by so he can punch a hole through there. He might feel like he's faster than the 33, but not faster than the 88. He does get Stipien past Harlow. Oh my goodness, that was the 14 on the outside wall. Wow.
Yeah, Austin Shoemaker was super slow, and it got so close between Curtis Kelly, Joe Sanchez, and that 14 car. So this is out of turn 2. I don't think Kelly or Sanchez were expecting him to be that slow on the racetrack, but look at all of that damage on the front end. It hampers him significantly, and everyone getting very close, and uncomfortably close that is, to that 14 car, who's fallen a lap down and still is on the racetrack.
And he's got the 6 right here. Reeves going to the inside. I don't think anybody was prepared for that. I wasn't prepared for that. The camera scared me. I thought they were having another caution.
And he is slow on the racetrack. At the tri-oval, he's reaching maybe maximum 150 miles an hour, while the leaders are approaching upwards of 170 miles an hour down the straightaway. It is tough for the 14, and I'm surprised he hasn't visited pit road yet. Given how slow he is, race control has not given him any message yet. So no word on whether Shoemaker will be forced to enter pit road given the speed that he's running. He hasn't gotten into anyone, and the same goes vice versa. So we'll keep an eye on that. Colin Forster, the leader, but not by much as Justin Erb hangs behind. There's the move by Shoemaker. He's in this time.
Yeah, he had to bring it down pit road. You see the front end hanging off of that thing. It is broken. He might have some suspension damage, so yeah, it's time to bring it down as the leaders come out of turn 4. He will unfortunately lose a couple more laps, but you saw what could have happened there coming into turn 3. He's got to pull that thing off the track.
Watching the battle for the lead, Justin Erb has been creeping up on this Dunkin' Donuts number 31. The last time by, Erb was faster by almost a full 10th, 30.154 for that 20 car, and Forster only with a 30.252. So the Home Depot Chevrolet is starting to line it up here as of late as this long run is kicked in. Surprising amount of pace by Justin Erb, who looks to capture his first career Sunoco Cup Series win. And even then behind them, Bradley, they're not that far behind. Eddie Smith, Curtis Kelly, Joe Sanchez, they're sticking with this group as there is Forster under fire at the exit of turn 2. Battle for the lead.
Here they go into turn 3 on the inside. Justin Erb, for the first time today, is going to try to snag away the lead from the 31. Colin Forster has had success, but Erb says it's my turn. Past the halfway point in the midseason, but he ends up losing the position. Now Eddie Smith to the outside for second.
Erb is going to get pressed down on the inside of the corner. He forces it on the apex and wants to clear Smith, but it's not possible. The Tide car remains up there with help and draft from the 55 of Joe Sanchez. Remember, these are 5 cars, now 6 under a blanket. The perfect opportunity for Steven Stepien, who hangs in the background as the contact ensues. For second, Eddie Smith pushes ahead.
They got physical earlier in this race. The 87 and the 20 definitely made contact on the restart there. Now Eddie Smith is showing him that, okay, it's time. I'm going to go by. He's going to try to hold him on the outside of the exit of turn 2. The 31's loving what he sees in the mirror, though, because as soon as he got challenged, these guys started racing side by side, and it's going to use up their tires.
How many cars, Bradley, have we seen make hip-to-hip contact on either the back straightaway or in the middle of the corner? I'd say the answer is in the hundreds. Then it's added even more with Smith and Erb there.
And the combinations of cars that have done it. It hasn't been the same guys twice tonight. Hey, the 88, though, Steve Stepien is now on the outside of Erb. He's going to pick up a position. Erb actually makes a mistake out of turn 2 and gets really loose, and that allows the 71 of Curtis Kelly by from the pit spot. Contact down on the apron. The 20's going to save it, but he falls in line, and now he has a couple more cars that have been up front all day.
What a stint of bleeding for Justin Erb. Went from second, charging to the race leader, all of a sudden gets trapped back in 6th, and there are more positions to be lost. Stephen Harlow goes under. That's for 7th place. Mario Miranda, Lawson Peel, Wyatt Brackett. The list continues. The fall off for the 12 has been monumental as of late, and there is the single train of cars. I go all the way up to the race leader, Colin Forster. A look on board from Stephen Harlow underneath.
He had a little contact there from Miranda to get him booted on by. He's trying to help him clear the 20 of Erb. You can see that pulse there in the wheel as they came out of turn 4. That's never an easy feeling when you don't expect the 20 of Erb is actually in the wall just now.
Look at that neck lean by Stephen Harlow. He's focused and straining himself in the middle of the corner. Watch this 3 wide for second up the road. Eddie Smith in the middle. Joe Sanchez up high, and Steven Stepien charging down low in the Elvis car.
Sanchez actually tagged the right rear of Eddie Smith as they went into the tri-oval, and now Smith is stuck on the outside. Here comes Stepien for second.
Well, that chain reaction is all that Steven Stepien needed to catch up to the pack 1, but break through in position 2. Now he lurks underneath the 31 of Forrester, who is going to give him the space. Surprisingly, no shut up the door. It's wide open this time. Stepien is going to kick it in like Notorious B.I.G. He's got the nose ahead. New race leader. Still, we're battling for the top spot.
And a pinch down into turn 1. That's what you got to do there to hold that position. We talked about the defense that Forrester was going to have to play. He's doing it well here as he holds the outside. Up on the high line for the 31, the 88, who's had the lead a couple times here today. He's had the race cut out for him, but the guy that he's been trying to beat and contest with all day long is just behind him, the 99 of Miranda, competing for 3rd.
And this is only going to allow further competition to enter this large pack of cars across the racetrack. Stepien finally clears Colin Forrester for the lead. Mario Miranda, who had his restart in the 20s, come back into the top 10 and now entering the top 3. We know Lawson Peel is there too. He's in 10th, but working his way up a little slower than these two drivers are. Miranda's there out of turn 4. He pops out. He makes the move
loose.
almost. He's going to push the 31. Never mind. Down low for 2nd into turn 1.
He was very loose coming out of turn 4, and the 31 is not cutting him a break at all. Very hard pinch there. I don't think he pinched the 88 of Stepien like that into turn 1. He keeps him down on the bottom. He's not going to have the momentum out of turn 2.
And then it comes full circle as long as Miranda can make this pass on the 31 of Forrester, and this battle stays put at the exit of turn 4. Miranda and Stepien, we talked about it with Mario, we talked about it with Steven. Strong runs in the beginning of this race in stage 1, and they were basically 1-2 at the end of that stage. Miranda the winner out of all of that. Well, this is with 60 laps to go, the race for the win. We know they anticipate at least one more pit stop before this race is over, and it will come soon as Wyatt Bracken will be the first one to call into pit lane. But the question is, when?
Well, Wyatt Bracken might have just started the flood right there. That tsunami that's going to come down pit road. The top 10 has split off from the rest of this field. The top 5 has split off even more, on top 7 or 8. Ray Rogers hanging tight right here in the 8th position. I am very impressed with what this 23 has done here in the late stages of this race.
Well, this is looking to become Ray Rogers' best finish of the 2024 season. Had several opportunities at that, but his best finish of the season was all the way in race 2 at Las Vegas, where he clocked in at 12th at the wave of the checkered flag. So here in 8th could be the best run we see out of the 23 all season long, but we'll keep an eye on it still. A little under 60 laps to go, so plenty of time for this race to change on its head like it has been over the last hour and a half or so. Curtis Kelly fights his teammate Forrester, that is for 5th place, up for auction. Kelly's gonna shut him up entering the corner, and out of turn 4, Forrester will lose 2 in essence. Eddie Smith moving through as Stepien pulls away to about 0.6 of a second.
Exactly what Stepien needed was for the 31 to contest that position as long as he could, and you can see that it really burned that car up. He falls back to 7th, but now it's Miranda and Sanchez behind and a solid half a second lead. This could be the second of the 2-time winners in the season. Steve Stepien looking to recover after the injury, after all the things that he's had to overcome all season long. He talked a big game, and he's backing it up here today in Nashville.
This is a track that he's held so dearly to his heart, especially on the sim. So much success has come his way, but we know that there's still an obstacle left to hurdle, and that is green flag pit stops potentially. We saw Austin Shoemaker earlier in this race go 74 laps on a stint of tires and fuel. So we know there's still at least a little more left in the tank for these guys up front. But again, it's going to be down to when do you enter pit road and how late do you make this call, how early do you make this call if you're on the other side of the table. And it's going to mean even more here, Bradley, because Steven Stepien is on lap 60 and counting of his stint. Mario Miranda is lap 37 and counting. So the tire difference is in the favor of the 99. The fuel game is in the favor of the 99. So where does it line up now? And if you're Miranda, do you want to pit at the same time as these guys, or do you want to let this tank run dry in that sense?
Based off what I'm saying right now on times, I don't think Stempien has. I mean, 61 to 38. You're telling me right now with the identical lap times almost? I don't believe it. I think Stempien in that clean air is a lot faster. Dirty air has been really mean to these cars. If you're Miranda, I think you shortcut this. I think you have to come down a little earlier than the 88. He's going to be hard to pass, and you know, maybe you stand to gain more by short pitting. However, he can go a little bit further, and if he does that on and off pit road cleanly, he could maybe stand to gain later on in the run. That's if it goes green. This race has been played with cautions there since stage 2. I don't know. I don't know what the call is here. Your guess is as good as mine with this.
Well, it seems that every time we get into a run this long, we don't see a yellow flag until there is a stage break. A lot of our yellows we've encountered over the course of the evening have come from rather short green flag runs, and as this one has extended into a pretty lengthy time, you may imagine that it will go into green flag pit stops to end it all. Colin Forrester in that bout with Kip Easley, and here are the attempted pit road takers, Curtis, Kelly, and Forster being two of them. Kelly getting his right side tires in the grass, but he barely gets in. I don't believe he got a black flag from that.
I think he's good.
So he's good.
Yeah, I saw white smoke and not grass thrown up, so I think he's okay.
Kelly and Forster are in. Eddie Smith looks like he's hopped over the radio to tell everybody that he's also entering pit road, so he will give up 4th place in this battle with Stephen Harlow. Look at Jonathan Cofield, who found himself in the midst of the top 10, especially after all that happened. What a sideways moment by Smith. He stays with it. Chris Shoemaker to follow.
That's holding on to it, Eddie. Keep it going.
Smith is in. Now it looks like Jonathan Cofield and Harlow are going side by side. This is for 4th place. That one settled quickly. Car number 33 gets the hand upper. And then we'll see if these guys also come in. Kip Easley is also calling. Same deal for Lawson Peel. Drinking Bros Racing in this collective decision. They have brought in another car slightly up the road. That's Joe Sanchez. So Drinking Bros Racing, actually all 4 of them are in this time by. All teammates.
And a car off in the grass back there. I'm not sure who that was. Was that Justin Winters? No. I'm not sure who that was that went off in the grass. They missed pit road.
It was Chris Progar in the 7. We'll try to take a better look at this, but it looked like the situation that could have happened to either Eddie Smith or Curtis Kelly. So this turn, you have to brake and turn at the same time. A harsh transition between the concrete surface and then the surface down low under that yellow line. He gets it right in the middle. Car is sideways, and he just locks it up, and he's in the grass. Boy, that could have caused a yellow, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. And he elects to come down pit road anyway, so he's going to take the penalty. Unsafe pit entry. Sometimes that's just a matter of crack time to know. Yeah, maybe it's better to just take the loss and go back out on the surface. That's a tough call, Kenneth.
Yeah, it is. And at that point, you recognize that you've lost so much time at the entry to pit road that was failed already. So you're like, why not? If I'm going to assume the penalty, I'm just going to take it and just swallow it up, and I'll be out of there in no time. But here's the battle for the lead. Steven Stempien and Mario Miranda going at it. This is a mirror image of stage 1, except flip the other way around. We still know that Stempien is pushing it on his strategy. He just crossed the line for lap 70 on his stint. So for this 88 car, he is definitely riding on the edge. For Miranda, he's still got a little more time left in the tank. So we know at least for car number 99, he can wait it out a little longer with under 50 to go. Stempien cannot afford that luxury, but Miranda stays there. Mario Miranda actually will exclaim that he's coming in this time by, but he misses the pit road entry.
That might have just bailed any contestant. I don't know. We got to back that up. Did he miss it or no?
He barely made the pit road entry line, but I'm not sure whether that will be counted as an unsafe pit entry. Here's a look at it, and the same problem happens to Miranda like it did to Progar. And as Marenta enters pit lane, he's getting the jacks up. So tires on that 99 car for sure. And this was the call. And he just barely misses the entry. Time will tell. He did not get a penalty from this.
Wow.
So he escapes
He made the
a
cone.
possible hold for 40 seconds on just that.
That's as close as it gets, Kenneth. You cannot go any further than that. What an entry. I don't recommend you try that at home, kids.
No, you shouldn't. Steven Stepien is on pit road from the race lead. Jonathan Cofield, who was one of 2 rookies inside the top 10 prior to the green flag pit stop sequence. He's in, you see him in the background in that 58 car with the University of Auburn pit road board. And Ray Rogers behind 2. Brad Fulham and his fellow Mustang also entering pit lane. So we'll hand the lead off to James Kunkel. And right now, the net race leader, Lawson Peel, who pitted 5 laps ago, he's inside the top 5. But I guess, Bradley, that's the good thing about Nashville Superspeedway, and we'll keep that in mind, is that the pit road entry line is not further up, it's further down the road. So you can get a piece of the grass and I guess come in without any penalty awarded. Had that been any other track, that's a penalty, 100%, full stop.
That's why it was so tough for us to kind of decipher did he end up with a penalty. Any other racetrack, that would have been. And it also kind of makes it interesting. I mean, you're coming down pit road, you can hit the grass and hit pit road and not get a penalty. And I think for the 99, he might have saved a tenth or two by doing that, which is weird to say. But it's just not, like I said, I don't recommend that you come into pit road that way, but it might have worked.
The only negative thing that Miranda gets out of that is a 1X. That's it. That's all that he gets. Here's a look at Lawson Peel, the race leader on 6th lap, now 7th lap, old tires. As he works right in front of Curtis Kelly and several seconds above Colin Forrester. He's got fresher tires than both of those Toyota Camrys behind him. Miranda is back in 9th on 3-lap old tires, so he's still got a little while before he can catch up. And then Steven Stepien is right behind him on 1-lap fresher tires. So I guess it could all come to a close right here. We are still awaiting about 4 cars or so to enter pit road. But right now, race in the hands of Lawson Peel. Best strategy so far and lessons learned after stage 1.
Yeah, what did you learn and where can you apply it right now? Short pitting a little bit shallower than before. And so we have 4 cars in front of them that are yet to pit. There's a pretty big gap back there of about 2-3 seconds to Miranda, Sanchez, Stepien. He might be okay. I don't know. I have to wait and see. There's 40 to go here as they cross the stripe. I don't know.
Well, Lawson can get the opportunity to win 3 in a row, something we have not seen in a really long time here in this Sunoco Cup Series, and one that led 79 laps in our last full-length feature race here in Nashville. He led 79 of those, and it was a fun race for him, then finished in 2nd place in last season's affair here behind, of course, Mario Miranda. That race was in the middle of the playoffs, so think about the golden ticket that was awarded to Miranda instead of the 12 car, although Peel got his revenge a little later on in the season when he was able to win at the likes of Daytona, then ended up winning at Texas Motor Speedway and Pocono near the end of the season to the eventual championship. Now it seems like strategy has fallen in his lap a 2nd time, just like Charlotte, Bradley.
Well, did it fall in his lap? There was a lot going on at Charlotte. Let's go back and recap that. I mean, Miranda battled with him on the 1st stage and then got the 2nd stage. There was so much back and forth in that race, and the longest race of the season. There was 3 stages. So there's 3 opportunities for something to go wrong there and lose points. Then you go to Sonoma, the fireworks, kind of just went off, whether you wanted them to or not. I think somebody threw a road flare into the pile there. And it's carried over a little bit here today, but they've been separated a little bit. It's slowly working its way back together, but I think we haven't seen the end of it, and we're just halfway through the season.
Did you just say road flare in the pot? What did you say?
A road flare in the pile.
I've never heard that before.
You ever thrown a road flare into
phrase.
a pile? It's gonna ignite. That's the point.
All right. Well, I've never heard that before. That's a creative way of saying that. I've heard slobber knocker. I've heard a bunch of different phrases from different commentators, but I've never heard that before.
I'm just making
P6.
it up.
Well, it sounded good. P6, Colin Forrester, Mario Miranda. We know Miranda is on 6-lap pressure tires. He just got by Joe Sanchez. Stepien is probably the next to get by these two. However, it's been a little more of a difficult approach for car number 88. Miranda, it will catch up to Curtis Kelly next. And that's when he chases on Lawson Peel, which is going to be fun and going to be another fruitful addition to what's been the back and forth madness between them in their Sunoco Cup careers. They are always entangled. Right now, though, they have to worry about James Kunkel, Austin Reedy, and Wyatt Brackett, who remain stagnant on the racetrack. 1, 2, 3 yet to enter the pit lane.
Brackett is the longest on this stint with 58 laps. He'll be the first one down pit road based off of fuel only. However, if I'm Wyatt Brackett, I think I come down pit road now. Short pit these guys, probably end up with the top 10. So let's wait and see, but I think the 45, we're kind of approaching that moment where we talked about earlier. Did you stay out too long? Yeah, well, you're running out of laps to recover those positions. You're praying for a caution. Don't be the caution. As you see the 45 hit the wall there, you got to be careful, and you might be hoping for something that might never happen.
That's the point, just waiting for a yellow flag to raise, which it hasn't in a while. We know that in stage 2, all of it came, all of us at once. It basically just started happening one after the other, and it felt like we could not catch a break. But one long green flag run in, and then we end up in green flag stops, and here we are with James Kunkel leading this race with just over 30 laps to go in about 16 and a half minutes, as long as we keep this race going under green. We'll keep in tabs with you with the lap times. It's 28 or 29.8 for Mario Miranda, 30.1s by both Lawson Peel and Curtis Kelly. And here's the battle for net P2 as Austin Reed just got shoved way up the track by his teammate, so he's going to fall back to 4th. Now another obstacle in the way of Kelly and Miranda. They should get by without a hitch, but a bit more of a buffer to the 12 car.
Trying to get on the right car there, Peel, and just make quick work of the 71 of Curtis Kelly. He has the 99 of Miranda following suit. Stepien is going to get by back there in the foreground of Cryoval. He's on the back of Reedy making quick work. He knows he has to make every single pass count. As the front two pull away, and now we're going to have a battle for what would be the net race lead.
These guys are laying in the bed that they forged here in stage 3. Wyatt Brackett and Austin Reedy, despite all of the pass attempts by everyone around them, they have yet to find themselves on pit road, and this is for net P1. We await James Kunkel's entrance to pit road. Whether that or whether he gets passed on the racetrack is up for discussion, but the onboard look from the 99, he peaks down low, but he will make a move. The question is, when does it happen, and how physical will he be?
You want to go back to stage 1?
We'll see, though. He's got to run off turn 4. He will shut him off until he runs up high. Miranda down low for the net race lead.
They are very close coming out of turn 2. Almost some contact. Riding on board with Miranda. They're going to fight every inch they can here.
He's still down there, and they remain door to door. Could that help Steven Stepien get his foot in the door? Could that help him become a 3-car race for the race lead at this point? They've got a lap car up ahead. That is Richard Swavely in the 32. He'll let them buy in 1 and 2 without a problem, but Miranda stays down low. And this for Peel. What a defense. What a defensive stop here.
He's holding him. He's holding him as long as he can. Pinches him down into 3. Out of turn 4, where we saw probably the most turbulent racing. He's going to lead another time. Well, he's ahead another time. Kunkel stays out. I am impressed. 66 laps here for Kunkel. we might see the cautions. Looks like Peel makes a little mistake in the entry of one that will allow Miranda by.
And there goes the 99 to the net race lead. Mind you, in comparison to James Kunkel, these three drivers are running laps a second faster than car number 45. So as long as the yellow does not come out, Kunkel will be passed on the racetrack. Here's Peel again. He goes into the grass, trying to get around him, and he's still there in turn one. Unbelievable.
That's gonna, oh man. I don't know if that's gonna work or not, but he's gonna try it anyway. That's what you like to see. And the sun comes back out. The overcast all day long, and now this track might heat back up.
And Peel is going high in 3 and 4. He's letting Steven Stempien through and say, do your business, catch up to him. That was an odd decision, we thought at first, by the 12, but he's letting Stempien by as he got held up. I guess he's just passing the torch for Stempien to catch up to Miranda, and it is 1-2 once more with under 30 laps to go from Nashville.
Living vicariously. That's what you got to do sometimes. If you can't win, let somebody else go by and see if they can attack. And Stempien has definitely been the car that can maybe go up here and win this race and take it away from the 99. These two have been battling since lap 1, right on the front row. They're trading positions all race long. It's only fitting that they get to fight for it in the last 30.
Is this the crescendo that builds up to the end of a long ballad from Nashville that has been fun to watch between these two? But we know that Steven can bring some riffs of his own to shockwave Miranda out of the way.
Contact.
Chrome horn. He uses the bumper once, twice, and he spins him sideways. Miranda hard into the wall, brings Peel with him. Yellow is out at lap 277.
And Forrester's involved. Uh-oh. Hey,
Well,
Kenneth,
that's the breaking point. Oh, my.
Do you like your job?
Well, calling it is crazy. Seeing the results of it, not so much. 1 tap, 2 tap, 3 tap, and into the wall. And Miranda is not happy. He gives Steven Stempien a tap as they enter pit road. He did not like the way that Stempien raced him at all, and deservingly so for the contact. Stempien, I think, attempted a bump and run, but it just stayed there. And there's that heavily wounded number 99. And this is the retaliation and the message of displeasure.
Well,
You be the judge there, folks.
I don't know if I'd be happy. I don't know.
And Curtis Kelly has just put up a 2-tire call. I'm sorry to distract everyone, but the 71 car just pulled out a haymaker that somehow works, and his teammate does the same. Curtis Kelly and Wyatt Brackett, 9.6 second stops to get them first and second.
Hey, he's looking pretty smug here for this next restart. I think this is maybe the call that I would have made. I think I would make this call right now, Kenneth. I think it maybe wins you the race. The concrete surface, it's been tough to pass. 2 tires maybe loosens this thing up. Maybe you can drive off the corner a little bit better. I don't know. I think we need to go back, though, a little bit more and look at this replay.
So this is what happens between the two. Stempien had been approaching Miranda lap after lap, and he sends it in the middle of the corner. And you'll see it next time by. So this is rising out of turn 2. Seems typical, business as usual until here. The send into turn 3. You can see all intention behind getting to the bumper of the 99. He hits him once, he hits him twice. I think Bradley Stempien imagined that Miranda would budge after the first one, but he didn't.
He did not. And that car held tight. I mean, that's impressive that this car handled that. Maybe the independent rear end helped with that. But there was 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it's just 5 at the door. And then, unfortunately, Peel gets involved through the grass. Not on
think Peel was
board.
happy with that either. Here's a look from the 12. Just tagged at the last second, and you'd imagine that the 12 and the 99 would be those two engaging in this kind of behavior, but instead Peel was a bystander.
Gotta love it here at Sunoco. Gotta love it. That's the action you won't get anywhere else. And as far as Miranda's concerned, he's still there. He can still very much get back to the 88. And he looks a little focused here if you look at this driver camera. Oh, he might be phoning a friend here.
I don't know. He's getting some message across, and he's putting it down to his side. I think he's typing something there. It might be in the chat that he's saying something, or maybe just telling someone else a message. But he restarts in 10th, which, given all that damage, is surprising. I don't think he spent all that much time on pit road repairing the car. He thought he could just be fine, and knowing how late it is in this race with a little under 20 laps to go, that might be all the chances that Miranda has at least getting a solid finish out of this one. We don't think he may be in contention for the win, given how wounded that car is, but you never know. This race has definitely sent us for a whirlwind. And we have two drivers who we have not expected all night to be up here at lap 281. Both of these guys, Curtis Kelly and Wyatt Brackett, took 2 tires on the last stop. 9.5-second stops. Is it all worthwhile? Pace car is down. Curtis Kelly, the man to send everyone into turn 1 at full song. With 19 to go from Nashville.
Good shot out of the gate there for Curtis Kelly. He's going to lead him into turn 1. Sanchez pushes the 88 of Stympian past. I don't know if the 55 has anything for these guys. He does. The 30 gets loose on the backstretch.
And Stephen Harlow was going to pinch in the middle and make it 3 wide. It got sketchy and it could have resulted in contact, but he stays put. He clashes with the 30. They still remain 3 wide. Peel is going to lose some time at the exit of turn 4 while Kelly pulls away. Spinner in the back. It's Chuck Stevens and a beaten and battered Logan Sturgeon.
Stympian was able to get 1 spot there on that restart. Let's go back here. It's out of turn 4, really loose there. That looks like the 6. Dustin Reeves might have started that.
It looked like possible 3 wide, and then Reeves, I think, got hit by Shane White. Yes, he did. Then tags into Justin Winters and travels right up the hill, and this is a nasty hit for Logan Sturgeon.
Sorry, Dustin. That was not your fault at all. That's hard to hold on to.
Logan Sturgeon, his car is junk. He is disconnected from the race. And here's a look on board with the Valvoline number 6 of Justin Reeves. A slight tap. He's saving it until it's too far gone.
Not a lot of room to save it when you're 3 wide there. Let's go on board with Sturgeon. He had a quick no here.
And this was a quick crash that he had nothing to do with. Riding behind Charles Stevens, and in comes the 6 car into the frame. Colin Forster got a piece of the flying Logan Sturgeon because he had all 4 tires in the air. And Forster had been one of those to pit. He lost a ton of position. He was one of those in the race lead at one point. And like we talked about, you make the risk. And when you're in this far back in track position, you could be at the heart of an incident. Thankfully, Forrester escapes with maybe minimal or no damage. However, that was probably too close for comfort. And there's Forrester back there in 21st place after making a 26.8-second stop as everyone came down pit road the last time by. So this will be another yellow flag with 16 laps to go. And I think here, Bradley, this is a good sign. if you're Curtis Kelly. Maybe not Wyatt Bracken because he's fallen back to 4th and he could get swallowed up by the pack. But for Curtis Kelly, who had the beautiful launch off the restart and had a decent gap to everyone behind him, every yellow flag is every bit of positivity, rather, because the tires will start to wear out and they'll start to even out a little more. And what will that mean for Curtis Kelly if he can get more yellows down the order?
Well, statistically, when we start having yellows, we've kind of continued the trend in this race. I think he's in a good spot because of that. However, you know, the 2-tire call, that's where, you know, if we get short enough distance, I think he's okay. If we have maybe like a 6-lap or 7-lap race to the end of this thing, if we get into green-white checker territory, he could almost lock this thing up because he's going to get such a good restart. The restart zone at this racetrack is kind of like the commitment code. It's not quite where everyone expects it to be, so he could very easily pull out, you know, 4 or 5 tenths into turn 1 and run away with this thing. We'll just have to wait and see. The drivers group back up. It's going to breed cautions. We've seen that. We're starting to see drivers that have had problems all season with each other. You see the 12, the 99. Now you have the 88 added to that list. We could see another yellow very easily.
Well, the tensions are certainly flaring from the Music City. And for Curtis Kelly, this is his opportunity at his 2nd career Sunoco Cup Series win. His first came in the debut race of Season 6 at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and that was a controversial finish in its own right. At first, we had thought it was another driver. I believe it either was one of the Shoemakers that we thought won that race, but then they made the decision that it was Curtis Kelly based on a penalty that the original anticipated winner got near the end of that race. So Curtis Kelly was decided the winner at Atlanta. He has not been to victory lane since, and this season started off strong for the 71. For Fast Banana, it's been a strong season, but at the beginning is where we saw the best of Curtis Kelly and Wyatt Bracken. And then, of course, Colin Forrester and Austin Reedy, the usual successors here at Fast Banana Racing. Curtis Kelly has 14 laps to make it win number 2. Stempian, who's been one of the fastest cars all night long, searching for career win number 8 to put him 3rd on the Sunoco Cup Series all-time wins list. Pace car gets itself down pit road, side by side to the restart zone. Kelly up and away early. We are back underway with 13 laps to go.
This is the shootout, Kenneth. This is going to be where you make as many positions as possible, and you can see guys overdriving it back here deep in the field. The 54 gets into the wall. That's Brandon Banks. He's going to take him 3 wide. Muscarella, contact with the, I believe that was the 14 of Shoemaker there. He's going to take him. No, sideways.
There's Reedy, hard
There's
into the wall.
points leader.
Caution is out again. Brandon Banks, Alex Muscarella, and Chris Shoemaker. The list of cars involved. Your points leader in a huge accident on the front straightaway as he comes to a halt.
This is helping Curtis Kelly, but it does not help the points leader at all. Reedy did not have any skin in that wreck at all. He got off the corner clean. Someone got shot up into him there.
It is getting ugly.
The shootout, Kenneth, that's what I was saying. It's 4 wide here.
There's nowhere for Reedy to go. He just gets absolutely hooked by Alex Muscarella. And again, that's a lack of space. It's not a negligent move by the 48. It's just he was in the wrong place, wrong time. And he hooks the 96, getting the 4 Chris Shoemaker involved. But I'd say, Bradley, that this happened way before the actual accident. We had maybe 3 or 4 cars go sideways. Brandon Banks had whipped it sideways, overcorrected into the wall, but saved it. Chris Shoemaker also had a moment as he was on the back straightaway. Several others got loose entering turn 3, including Shoemaker. That backs this whole pack up. That's what creates the 4 wide, and that's what ignites this most recent yellow.
That's exactly what it was. Down the back stretch is where this all kind of unfolds, and it carries over. It's the aftermath. You can see Banks got into the wall. The 4 gets in the back. Looks like the 45 there of James Kunkel. He saves it, but, oh man, the bounce off the wall from Reedy, it doesn't matter that you saved it because you've already grouped everybody up. And we're already going for position. There's less than 15 to go. You have to go.
Tough one for all of those cars involved, and we'll see if we can get a word with one of the Prestige Worldwide Racing Ford Mustangs. That will be Chris Shoemaker that we'll be talking to after this incident. We'll bring him in now. And Chris, I know you're getting that damage repaired on pit road. A tough race to end here at Nashville, but what did you see there on that restart and everything that ensued? Because it was crazy from the jump.
Yeah, I don't know. Something happened up high, and so we went low and got in there underneath Kunkel, I thought. I didn't know if he got loose or just came down on me, but it is what it is. That's the worst part about these full-length races, man, is when you run, 287 laps and then ends your night. So it is what it is. That's racing.
And part of that is, of course, the action in the mid-pack, and that's been electric all season, but we've seen a lot of the carnage come from that part of the racetrack. What is it like to race with everyone there, and what is that mentality like when you're in this position, you're wanting to carve your way up to the field with not that much time left in the race?
Well, we're just struggling on these restarts, and I the restart before this one, I told my team owner, Dustin, I said, man, I'm right here about 15th, and I said, I feel like it's just right in the right spot for a wreck. So, I don't know, we just had a mess there on another restart, and it just seems like we've been struggling with those all night.
Well, Chris, tough luck that you were involved in that incident. Hopefully you can get that Ford Mustang repaired, and hopefully you can at least be there to cross the start-finish line. Best of luck when you can get back out there, and thank you for joining us.
Hey, thanks, guys.
All right, it's Prestige Worldwide Racing's Chris Shoemaker, who suffers the brunt of this most recent incident here around lap 290. We are now under 10 laps to go until the end of this race. Chris Shoemaker, who comes off of a 29th place finish at Sonoma, was an unfortunate one to end it, but for Kansas, a mile and a half, he finished 7th. It was 12th at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the longest race of the year. Definitely great finishes, Bradley, for car number 4, but I think just the victim there. There was really nothing he could do on that incident.
Yeah, you're just blinking an eye. You can't react to that. And you make just a slight little calculation there. Maybe somebody got up into you, put you in the outside wall, or you dive too deep and get into the back of somebody else. And then suddenly you're 4 wide out of the corners. That's going to happen, but, unfortunately it happens to him. Like you said, he raced over 200 laps here today and struggled to take that final stint, that final stage where it matters the most. And it's unfortunate, man. It's almost demoralizing when you race this many laps and then you don't come out with a finish.
Well, for the 4 car, he's on pit road, 2 laps down and counting. Hopefully he can resume racing at least for what's left, which will be about 8 laps as the sun will set here in Nashville, Tennessee. Clouds still covering the speedway, and Joe Sanchez, Curtis Kelly, the first 2 that will see this green flag. Curtis Kelly searching for his 2nd career win. Now Sanchez up top, green flag in the air.
Curtis Kelly has dwindled these laps away and maintained the lead. He can snag this race away. What did he do at Sonoma last week that instilled this confidence? He can steal this race from Stympian. Contact
Trouble
back here.
Wyatt Brackett,
Miranda's
Mario
around.
Miranda. Caution is out. Justin Erb, Jonathan Cofield, and the mess ensues. The big one in turn 3. And we'll do it all over again.
We're almost in green-white checkered territory here. Miranda done for the day.
That is the final hammer that knocks Miranda out of this one. There's a look on the camera. I think he's still trying to type something out. He says, I'm drinking tonight on the iRacing chat. I think many of those would like to drink after this race, after how rough it's been, and for the way it's turned around for Mario Miranda from what was a really successful first half of this event, turned sour and now turned possible DNF. As we'll sight up the replay and see what exactly transpired, but we know it began around the area of that black and yellow number 99 Toyota for race team. It begins with Wyatt Brackett, I think, that goes sideways, Bradley, and then gets into Miranda. Look at the chaos that happens right after.
Yeah, I think the 30 got loose out of 2.
Another look at it from the high angle, gets into Miranda, then Eddie Smith deals the 99, the blow to the outside wall, and as he rejoins into Jonathan Cofield, bam, into Alex Huffman, then Justin Erb sends it in. Jonathan Cofield gets turned again and again. Chris Progar gets turned into the outside wall. Dakota Curtis gets a piece of this. Non-stop wrecking on this back straightaway that takes the chaos to turn 3, and the crash ends there. There's Jonathan Cofield.
I gotta go on board one more time. I think we're gonna go on board with Eddie Smith. He was at the tail end of Miranda here. He doesn't really have time to react to this. So it's not on Eddie. But I think he kind of chain reaction this whole thing. Yeah, it's just you're going for spots and where do you go?
Yeah, and again, you're going so fast. By the time you realize you have to hop on the brakes, it's already too late. The momentum has already taken its course. And for Eddie Smith, who will restart this race in position number 6. Somewhat a catalyst to that incident, obviously not intentionally, but it's just a wrong place, wrong time situation. And here's a look on board from the rookie Cofield, who has gone through everything tonight. Finally, this race is over, not in the way he wanted it to. Oh, it's a nasty hit over and over and over again until he comes to a halt right about there. That car is junk.
I saw Alex Huffman get sent through the grass here on the backstretch. Watch this.
It's a black and blue number 10, winner at Talladega this season. He just gets tagged by Miranda coming back down the racetrack. Kip easily giving him the final send, and he spins like a top at the apron. He saves it, keeps it alive on the apron. But that, of course, is damage to Alex Huffman nonetheless. I don't believe he has stayed out. Yes, there he is on pit road. Mario Miranda there to join him. A lot of these guys wanting to find themselves still on the lead lap at the end of this, as the pace car remains out with a little under 5 laps to go. So I think, Bradley, we might either have a restart organically with about 3 or 2 laps to go, or we could end this race under green-white checkered territory. Now, that being said, Curtis Kelly has stayed in the lead for all of these restarts. How much have these frequent yellows helped him stay ahead of all of this?
I think it's helped him tremendously, and we're about to find out if it's going to pay off here as we actually get the 1-to-go signal. So we're going to actually transition back. I was about to take a quick commercial break because I think they were going to delay the green, but I wasn't entirely sure here on this restart. But it's been turbulent here. It's been kind of a, you know, you saw the end of that second stage where it just cautions breeding cautions, and we had a long green flag run. Now we're back to it here, and I think if we get one more yellow, Curtis Kelly can definitely seal the deal here.
It's Curtis Kelly, Joe Sanchez, row 1, Steven Stepien and Lawson Peel, 2 of those Chevrolets in the second row. Stephen Harlow, who has been the outstanding rookie of the night inside the top 5 with Eddie Smith on his outside in P6. Kip easily, despite some of that nose damage from the contact with Alex Huffman, stays out and he's in 7th. Colin Forster giving it all that he's got from 8th. Ray Rogers and Wyatt Brackett are the current last drivers inside your top 10. With 4 laps to go, this may all change and we might just end up in green-white checkered territory, but that's all to be told if we get another yellow flag. Pace car pivots to the left. Once again, this field in control from Curtis Kelly in the 71 car, looking for his 2nd career win. Green flag in the air. Solid start from Kelly, who shuts off Joe Sanchez, but there is Steven Stepien down low for 2nd place.
But here comes the asterisk in the whole plan right here for Curtis Kelly. Stepien has been one of the fastest cars in the race, and he no longer has to contend with the 99. He's going to go to the inside.
No trouble on the back straightaway for now. We stay green. Bumper to the 55. Stepien looking down low. That's for 2nd, and they continue to keep Kelly up front. 2 laps, now 3 laps to go.
I think Kelly has a good enough gap here. If they get the racing side by side back here, contact out of turn 2. I think the 88 and the 55 hold each other up here. Curtis Kelly could run away with this race. It's Wyatt Bracken gets loose. He's in the grass.
He's going to hold on to it. Will that bring out the yellow? Answer is no. Bracken stays put on the inside apron. Great job for him to keep that Toyota righted. But Drinking Bros Racing, look at that, Bradley. Power of friendship on the outside. Pushing Sanchez clear ahead to second. Now Peel is staying put in this battle for third. Stempian sends it in, parks it mid-corner. Peel's going to be able to hold out on front. He's in third place.
And here comes Colin Forrester to the inside of Eddie Smith. This is back here for the 6th position, but these guys fighting their way back through. White flag in the air. Final time around this track, it will be official. No cautions will end this race.
White flag in the air from Nashville, and this is the final time that Sanchez could do something. He's there in the middle of 1 and 2, but he's going to push up high and slap the wall. Lawson Peel moves down low, but the time is running out. Curtis Kelly, after having a win given to him at the Superspeedway in Atlanta more than 1 year ago, will deserve this one. 150% holds off the field for his second career Sunoco Cup Series win.
And the second two-time winner this season comes this late. How about it, Kenneth? That was a phenomenal race. Curtis Kelly, who, I mean, he fought all day long to be in this top 5. He wasn't a car that we talked about in the pre-race. I thought for sure, and I couldn't pick a car, I wouldn't have picked the 71. He won this thing, bar none, deserved it.
Curtis Kelly, for the first time in 2024, will celebrate as he becomes the 8th different winner of Season 7 and joins his teammate Colin Forrester as Fast Banana Cars to win races. The 71 of Curtis Kelly for the second time in his career brings you tonight's Sunoco winning moment. More high-performance engines rely on Sunoco race fuels than all others combined, and for over 50 years, Sunoco has been providing the best quality, high-performance racing fuels for cars all across the globe. Sunoco, fueling victories from track to tank. And this is the winning moment, with Joe Sanchez making an effort on the outside, not happening at the exit of turn 2. Curtis Kelly survives all of the cautions, all of the mayhem to get his second career win, and here's how he did it.
Sanchez sent it a little bit too deep there into 1 and 2, but he had to try something. I mean, he still ends up with a 3rd place finish, so it wasn't a total bust. He's able to hold off Stempian there for 3rd. But that was like, you know, nail in the coffin. 71. The race just kept progressing and progressing and picking the laps away. Green, white, checkered after green, white, checkered. 2 tires. Stop. Let's go back to that. Wins him the race. Curtis Kelly. Congratulations.
You know, at Atlanta Motor Speedway, when they announced that Curtis Kelly was the winner, of course, ecstatic for the 71 and him being able to grab a Sunoco Cup Series win. But there's always something in a driver that tells them, I want to win a race outright. I want to be able to outclass the field on strategy. I want to beat them on outright pace. Maybe I don't want a green, white, checkered or some specific circumstances to give me a win. This W for Curtis Kelly is 100% earned by raw pace, by strategy, and by patience and discipline. This 71 car of Curtis Kelly gets to celebrate for the second ever time in his career, for the first in 2024. And that will bring us to our break. Post-race coverage on the other side. Sunoco Cup Series action closed from Nashville. Curtis Kelly, the race winner.
What got into you? At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Fuller. Yeah. Needed F-150 for Smith build.
Got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide, even those classified sites. Auto Tempest, all the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Back at Nashville Superspeedway, where after 300 grueling laps from Lebanon, Tennessee, we finally have a winner, and for the second time ever, it is Curtis Kelly getting to the checkered flag first. With a restart inside 5 laps to go, Lawson Peel comes home in second place. Him and Joe Sanchez going at it as teammates at the end of this one. They'll be second and third. We'll talk to all of them before this race is all over and our coverage finishes. From VSPEED, Steven Stempian, one of the fastest cars all night long, only recovers to fourth. It just shows you that dominance wasn't the motto tonight. It was more so about who could outlast the other in an all-out duel. Stephen Harlow, the best finish for the number 33 car. The rookie finishes inside the top 5. Colin Forrester, great race for him after starting in 30th place. He ends up in P6. Eddie Smith comes back to consistent ways with a 7th place outing. Kip easily puts the 8 car in 8th place at the end of this one. Ray Rogers with his best finish of the 2024 season in 9th. And how about Justin Winters, who started from 20th, rounding out the top 10.
A lot of people up here in this top 10 that did not start in it. I am very impressed with this field, and we had a lot of movers and shakers, comers and goers. I think right here with Shane Wyatt, you know, Chris Stevens, there's a lot of people that put this race on here tonight, or Charles Stevens rather, that just, you know, worked their way through this field, made the best of their situation, and when we got into those green, white, checker territories, they came out on top. Alex Muscarella got 13th after having a mid-race caution, some heavy damage on that 48, if you remember. Casey Knighton in the 28 gets 14th. Brad Fulham, another one of those cars that had to recover here today. He was involved in an early race caution. Mario Mirinda, unfortunately, falls back to 16th. Richard Swavely, who got the shout out there, mid-pack day for him in 17th. Chris Progar, the rookie here, is going to get 18th. Brandon Banks, the 54, 19th, and Austin Reedy rounding out your top 10, your points leader out of the top 20. He fell out of the top 10 tonight.
Back in 21st is league owner Dakota Curtis. Not a race he'd like to remember. Neither one for Alex Huffman in the 10-car. Wyatt Brackett, suffering troubles late, is 23rd. James Kunkel back in 24th. Justin Erb had a strong run late, but then sort of crashed out of it. 25 is where he finished, 25th rather. Jonathan Cofield, well, looks like his bad luck just continues here in 2024. We'd only hope that it can turn around after a pretty strong night. 26 is where he ends up. Chris Shoemaker, getting crashed late, is 27th. Justin Reeves in 28th. Logan Sturgeon in 29th. And 75 laps down is Austin Shoemaker, who rounds out the top 30. Garrett Brown, Season 1 champ, ends up in a big crash that turns him to 31st on the grid. Aaron Adcock in 32nd. Zach Wilson disconnected midway through the race after a strong night. 33rd is where he ends up. 34th for Chuck Feltz. And Jesse Whittington closing this race out after multiple packet losses throughout the race, ends up in that final spot tonight with Sean Kalis behind in 36th. Unfortunately, able to start this race, but not for long. 264 laps down. That's your entire field from the Nashville Superspeedway. And in we join Curtis Kelly from Sunoco Victory Lane for just the second time in his career. Curtis, I'm sure this win feels much more satisfying than it did at Atlanta. I know that the Atlanta win last year came as a surprise after what happened on the restart, but this one, you hold off the field in stellar fashion on a 2-tire call, and you outlast everyone. What does this win mean for you?
Oh, this one means a lot. Last year, it was nice to get into the playoffs easy, have the Atlanta win. But it's just not the same when you win at a plate track, let alone with somebody jumping the start and getting a post-race penalty. It was nice to go out there on strategy, different call than everybody else, and just some raw pace throughout the race. And even coming back from a spin early on, just feels really good. It's a bit of a confirmation of talent for myself. Not saying I'm the best one out here or anything, definitely not, but it feels good.
And that's exactly what I was alluding to a little earlier on, that, you know, the Atlanta win surely is great. It's always great to win any race, but that win was seemingly sort of given to you by race control just because of all the decisions that were made there. But this race, you had the pace, you had the strategy, and then at the end, just holding off heavy competition. I'm sure that feels satisfying and rewarding. But for you, what seemed to be the key in this race? Because the first half seemed oh so calm until the storm arrived. How were you able to survive everything that went down in the second half of this race, let alone to put yourself in that position for the 2-tire call to keep you up front?
Long race like this, especially at a hard track like Nashville, where it destroys the tires if you treat them wrong, it's really felt like a patience game. I know I'm not always the most patient. I'm one to burn my rubber in the first 20 laps once in a while, and coming into this week, I was not feeling good about Nashville. I would have placed myself 10th through 20th start of the week and put in the effort, put in the work, did a couple NISs, another league race here, and just focused on what it was going to take long run here to get it done, because I knew we were going to have some with a long 300-lap race. There was a lot of chaos throughout that race in the second half. Some really fast people got caught up in it, like Jonathan Cofield especially. He impressed me early on with the long run pace that he was having. He was just catching everybody, it seemed. But fortunately, we managed to stay clean for the most part. Didn't take too much damage early on when I got into Kip Easley a little bit. No harm, no foul there. And just honestly, patience. It's a tough track to race at. It's very complicated, technical track.
And patience was really tested there in those final maybe 20 or so laps. You had several cautions. We almost feared that this race would enter green-white checkered territory, but that final attempt with about 5 laps to go was it to secure your the race win in those waning laps. Now that you're locked in, I know at Atlanta you were locked in after race 1. This one, it's race 9 of the 2024 season. How satisfying is it to win this race the way you did, but to also complement just how fast and how great the Fast Banana Racing team has been this year?
Oh, we're in a tight team battle with DBR out there, so it's always good to have a great point day. I think they may have beat us again today, so we're going to lose that 1-point gap we had to them. But last season, getting it off at the start, if anything, it kind of had me check out from the season a little bit. Not fully, but just I didn't have to race as hard and seriously in points race the way I normally do. And this season, it started off really rough for me. I had multiple 30-place finishes and just wasn't looking good. I wasn't sure we were even going to have a chance to point our way in. Last week, 2 weeks ago, we had a really great race at Sonoma and managed to pull in a lot of bonus points there and catch back up to the pack. But this one, to take it now, partway through the season, I get to look ahead a bit and focus on what's coming and see if I got a playoff run coming.
Well, nonetheless, you have that golden ticket. It comes your way here at Nashville Superspeedway. Curtis, before we let you go, anybody in particular you want to thank or shout out for this momentous second career win?
I want to shout out all the Fast Banana guys. They were rooting me on at the end. They were giving me the confidence I may have been lacking a bit. I knew the 2 tires was going to work, but I wasn't sure how well it was going to work, and they were just saying, you got this, you got this. And shout out to everybody that just congratulated me at the end. It's nice to have people happy about a victory.
Well, Curtis, we're glad that you're in victory lane. It's been a while, but we're so glad and happy to welcome you back to Sunoco victory lane this time here in the Music City. On behalf of all of us at VSPEED, congratulations on the W and best of luck. Enjoy it, celebrate as much as you can, and we'll see you in 2 weeks' time at Indianapolis.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Curtis Kelly in the 71 grabs career win number 2 and does it in style, holding off a ton of heavy competition. And by heavy competition, I mean Lawson Peel and company. He's caught up with Bradley Cooper after finishing in second place.
Yes, he has. Lawson, I gotta ask, yeah, you had the race, back and forth all the way through. You had some strategy calls that put you up front, then the caution comes out, reverses that strategy. It's kind of like playing Uno the whole time through this race. Every time you made a decision, somebody else at the table would get something that would just put them in a better situation. Just walk us through what your mindset was for these 300 laps.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. It was just a lot of cautions, and so off strategy a lot of the race, and staying out and being up front and then kind of being in the back. Was lucky to miss a couple of those wrecks. I got about 25 seconds of optional in one of them. So kind of put me to the back at the beginning of the third stage. Then I took 2 tires, was hoping that was going to net me out ahead, and I think it was going to. Just ultimately their fresher stuff was going to get me, and then Mario Steven passed me and was hoping to kind of stay right there. And when Steven and Mario got into it, was lucky to not get wrecked there, but also just to get a reset and get some fresh tires and have another opportunity there. And then a lot of restarts after that. Just wanted to be in the right lane. There's a couple times one of the lanes wouldn't go, and so yeah, just can't complain about where it shook out here. It just easily could have gone a lot of different ways there. So can't complain about it, and happy with the result.
We saw a little bit of carryover from Sonoma, and I don't know if you buy too much into that, but it makes for good TV. We saw it with not just you, but maybe with the 88. Is there anything going on there? I know you guys probably talked it out. There's, the holiday coming up. Is there anything that we need to know or anything you have to say about that instance tonight?
No, glad to always put on good TV though. That's the goal. So good. Yeah, now, me and Steven we didn't have any problems. I think we were racing hard one time and maybe doored a little bit, but that was just unintentional, and raced really well with him for the most of the night. I knew he was going to be strong here. He's had success here in the past. And then with Mario, the time where he had fresher tires and I was in the lead, I wasn't going to block him. He was getting a run down to the bottom, and, I wasn't going to, close that lane off. I was going to leave that open and try to race him, but not block him. But, when the roles were reversed there and I was coming on tires, he was, he wasn't going to hold me off. So I don't know why he didn't just kind of take the same approach I did, which was, I'll leave you the lane, and if you pass me, you pass me. But he was really trying to keep me behind him, and then I got to his inside in turn 3 there, and I was all the way to the bottom. And it was kind of role reversal from Charlotte, where I kind of chopped his nose on the last lap of that stage. So, certainly a scenario we've seen quite a bit and been on both sides of it. So I don't think he's mad at me for that, but just kind of went in there and held my nose. But no, we were kind of instructed before the race. We need to, draw a line in the sand and not let it get too out of hand. But no, I'm like you. I like just the competitive racing and just a little bit of controversy here and there, but nothing that gets too out of hand. It's good for makes for good TV, and I have fun doing it. So
makes for excellent TV. I enjoyed every second of it. So whether it was intentional or not, if that's your line in the sand, draw it a little bit deeper next time.
All right.
Outside of that, Lawson, you had a great race. You come home second. I know that you had the lead at a few points in this race. You probably wanted to win, but how does it feel be the second or the first 2-time winner, not the second 2-time winner, as you're joined on the list here by Curtis Kelly?
Yeah, it feels great. And yeah, good to get that momentum turned around the past 2 weeks. So definitely just kind of sets you on a nice course for the rest of the season. And you're going to try to finish out this season strong. And like I said, could have gone a lot of different ways there, depending on what line you were in the restarts, and just a lot of close quarters there. So just lucky to survive and come out with a good finish, and real happy about it.
Well, Lawson, anybody that you would like to throw out there on the names to thank
Yep.
this season?
Yeah, thanks to you Bradley, you and Kenneth, and everybody at VSPEED for doing the broadcast, and can't wait to go watch it. Thanks to Dustin and Dakota just for everything they've done for us, not this season, but just the whole time I've been here. Just they've done a lot and hosted us, and really appreciate everything they do. So all my Drinking Bros teammates, the SpaceX astronauts, Paul's Setup Shop, and everybody that watched tonight.
And I have to correct myself. You were the only two-time winner this season, and you will hold that into next week as we go to Indianapolis. But thank you, Lawson, for your time, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
All right, thank you, man.
Lawson Peel, second place finisher here tonight, and that brings us to third place here on pit road with Joe Sanchez. That has Kenneth Bueno down on pit road with him.
Two of the top three drivers being from Drinkin' Bros Racing, and Curtis told us a little bit earlier, Joe, that Drinkin' Bros Racing overall probably won as a team. They're going to keep that team standings lead heading into Indianapolis. But individually, how was your race entirely? And walk us through that attempt to get to the outside of Curtis and make the push in 3 and 4.
Yeah, really good day for Drinkin' Bros Racing. I think we got 3 of us in the top 7 or 8, so really good run for all of us. Honestly, was surprised that Curtis took the bottom there in turn 1, and I was not actually expecting to get alongside of him there on the last lap, but I knew that was probably my only shot at trying to get around him, but I just got to the throttle a little too early, and I had to commit. I couldn't really lift, so happy to still pull away a third. I think if I got on the throttle, half a second later, we would have been, side by side down the backstretch at least. But all in all, a good day. Just wish I could have held it there on his outside.
Really strong for you in that 55 camp, but I'd say it didn't come without its trials and tribulations, and I'd say a lot of that came down to when you got fresh tires, but you were in the middle of the pack. It felt like a lot of the chaos emerged from top 15, top 20 territory between old and fresh tire cars. What was that like for you as you tried to weave your way through the field patiently, but also trying to be wary of what could happen in front of you?
Honestly, I just was trying to keep the 99 behind me because I knew we would start on the front row there, but I made a dumb mistake there, and I just entered a little bit too high getting under the 7 car, and I just lost it. So that kind of, I think, really ruined the race for me. I think I could have at least taken control of it after stage 2, but yeah, it was a little bit different back there. Definitely tried to keep track position all day. I think I did a fairly good job at that. But yeah, definitely getting back there, car handled way different. It was really, really, really tight, and you really couldn't pass.
Well, nonetheless, regardless of what happened in the mid-pack, you found your way back up front, kept that resilient attitude, and you end up with a top 3 finish here from Nashville as we push forward into the regular season. Before we let you go, Joe, anybody in particular you want to give the shout out or thanks to?
Well, definitely want to shout out the Drinkin' Bros team again. Had a really, really good points day. All the admins of the Sunoco Cup Series, you guys for putting on a fantastic broadcast each and every week. And then the team sponsor, Paul Setup Shop.
Well, Joe, on behalf of all of us at VSPEED, it's always a big congratulations to you. And as a matter of fact, your second top 3 finish in a row after Sonoma 2 weeks ago. So I'd say it's good to be the number 55 right now. On behalf of all of us, congratulations on the podium and best of luck at Indianapolis in 2 weeks' time.
Thanks, guys.
That's Joe Sanchez from the 55 camp out of Drinkin' Bros Racing, bringing us the last of the top 3 interviews on tonight's broadcast. Well, this one was long, Bradley. I'd say that's a proper and short way to describe this race, but it didn't come without its fireworks, and it had a ton of excitement throughout, strategy and multiple stage winners. We had lots of carnage and crashes, but it's Curtis Kelly coming up the front at the end. And I think that's the most important to talk about, because we mentioned how hard it is to win in this series and what it means to finally achieve victory lane. And while Curtis Kelly did that a year ago at Atlanta Motor Speedway in Season 6, it didn't come the way that drivers wanted to happen to them. Drivers wanted to be earned. Drivers wanted to be won the way that it naturally comes as way of raw pace and just outclassing the field. Kelly did that in wonderful fashion for his second career win.
Yeah, and he noted that, when you get that win at like a plate track, it just doesn't mean quite the same, and someone gets an EOL or whatever the case, a penalty that puts them behind, so it doesn't quite add up. You want to solidify, you want to put that in stone and make sure that everyone knows that, yes, I am capable of winning a race without an asterisk or a technicality. And he added his name to that list, and that kind of instills the confidence in yourself that, yes, I am a winner in the Sunoco Cup Series. So congratulations to him, and I'm sure this will carry on. Fast Banana has been fast every week, and so we're going to see that continue, I'm sure, all the way to the chase.
And as soon as Lawson Peel broke the streak of different winners this season, looks like Curtis Kelly has just ignited a brand new different winner streak. We may see that extend past this point in the regular season, which brings us to our next affair at the Brickyard Indianapolis Motor Speedway, taking on the best of the Sunoco Cup Series field. That comes your way 2 weeks from now, July 14th at 8 p.m. Eastern. You'll find the coverage right here on the VSPEED YouTube channel as they take on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in our push for the Sunoco Cup Series playoffs this year. Once again, July 14th, 2 Sundays from tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/VSPEED. That'll do it for our entire crew tonight from Nashville Superspeedway. For Dakota Curtis, Dustin Reeves, and the entire admin team at the Sunoco Cup Series for all of their hard work. For Adam Baker and all that he does at VSPEED, and for our crew on the broadcast tonight, our producer / colleague in the booth, Bradley Cooper, I'm Kenneth Bueno saying good night from Nashville, Tennessee. Congratulations to Curtis Kelly on his first win of the 2024 season. Indy up next. We'll see you there.